Good evening. It's 6:30 p.m. and I'd like to call the May 25th meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, please take the roll call.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright. Thank you.
Board President Whitler, can I, before you make a motion to adjourn, I just wanted to make a motion to amend the executive session agenda to add an item. I'm interested in adding the CSA superintendent contract negotiations that we discussed on May 5th back to the agenda at the end of our exec session tonight.
I'm just double checking. Do we have to rice the superintendent in order to do that?
Yes.
And how much time? Sorry.
The superintendent has not been riced for tonight, and so it requires a reasonable time frame for consideration. I've never seen it done with an immediate notice like this.
So what's the process for, can we add it to a future session? Can we make a motion to do that tonight?
So we should discuss it in an executive session because it's just highly unusual to create the agenda that way. And we have to go through the rice notice process.
Okay. Can we discuss that in an exec tonight? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following matter. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. Tonight's meeting will feature a district goal update presentation from the administration. During this presentation, the district will provide some additional details around the progress of the CHS bid, and we have invited the architect and project management firms to attend and address any questions from the board. We will also have an exciting student performance from our Seth Boyden Elementary School. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:35 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, safety, personnel, and HIB reporting, and CSA. I guess, anyway, whatever, and whatever Courtney just said. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 75 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second?
Wait, you can't do what Courtney said, so you can't say that.
Okay, let me just clarify then. Courtney asked that we discuss the scheduling of this at a later date. We're not talking about CSA negotiations, so that's what we'll be talking about, okay? So thank you, Board Member Eckert, and all in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous, so we are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Okay, we are now back in regular session, so good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. We're gonna rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then have a nice performance from our Seth Boyden students. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so let's kick off this meeting with an exciting student performance from our Seth Boyden Elementary School. Thank you so much for being with us here tonight. The stage is yours.
Okay, my name is Miss Adjournment. This is the it's a little piece of the Seth Boyden chorus that's here with you tonight. We are very excited, and not just because it's not a school night. We are going to sing for you a freedom song that the entire school actually learned. Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around. And the students composed verses all through K through 5. And these verses that we are including today are that we ain't gonna let no mean words, ain't gonna let segregation, and ain't gonna let no haters turn us around. Because we know that the right thing to do is always the right thing to do. Not let anything get in the way.
Let's give it up again for Seth Boyden Elementary School. Woo! Okay, so the first order of business is the May board recognition. So Student Rep Moros, can you please present this information to the board?
Hello and good evening, everybody. So, as we do at every main board meeting, we're going to be recognizing some of the staff and students in our school district. So, we're going to start with the student recognitions. Columbia High School Arts is proud to announce that the following students were recognized for outstanding achievement in art at the Essex County Teen Awards held on May 3rd at Essex County College. The students are Bonnie Donachie, 12th grade, Emma Hayden, 12th grade, Jordan Kinley, 11th grade, Kiara Navon, 11th grade, and Zachary Uris in 10th grade. As a result, the art pieces created by the above-named students will be entered into the New Jersey State Teen Arts Festival. Congratulations. The next one goes to Sally Shoup, a junior at CHS, who's been named the principal/first place guitarist for the 2023-2024 New Jersey All-State Jazz Ensemble. Her selection to the 2023 All-North Jersey Region Jazz Ensemble qualified her for the audition, and she outscored students from Ridge High School, the Pennington School, and Kingsway Regional to take first place. During the 2023 NJEA Teachers Convention in Atlantic City, she will rehearse with the All-State Jazz Ensemble and perform twice, once in Atlantic City and once more at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center. Congratulations. The next one goes to students at the Marshall School. Marshall Elementary School children took first place in the art category at the Essex County Law Day contest. The goal of Law Day is to honor the rule of law in the United States. The theme for this year's conference was Cornerstones of Democracy, Civics, Civility, and Collaboration. Ms. Jessica Fong, our art teacher, collaborated with nearly 200 students in our second grade and multi-age classes to produce a project that incorporated the American flag, the scales of justice, and children's self-portraits. The quote, "Injustice everywhere is a menace to justice everywhere," was included throughout the project. The cover of the awards program included our artwork. Congratulations to those students at Marshall Elementary School. The next one goes to two students at South Mountain Elementary School, my alma mater. South Mountain student Alexa Bird was chosen as a winner in the Essex County Clerk's My Essex County 4th grade poster contest. bars our staff members from wearing sweatshirts or workout attire under number 2, subclause B. As a student, I can easily say that the existing policy adopted and in place since 2001 has never been a problem, and in my opinion, has only helped our students. The sweatshirts or workout attire or collarless shirts that our teachers and staff wear in the building, 99% of the time is always in support of a student organization or a sports team. I mean, last year, I remember my economics teacher always used to wear, I think every single day of the week was a different student organization that he was supporting, whether it be minority achievement community, baseball, soccer, girls lacrosse. Every day was something new. And that's not uncommon at all, especially with coaches with teachers that coach a team. But I'm not sure why, especially after a year-long negotiation period with our union, that we continue to make our educators' lives unnecessarily difficult. It- It's true. I mean, it's no secret that they don't get paid what they're worth anywhere in our country. But policies such as this one just make their lives and jobs far more difficult and make it harder to support their students and their interests. So I would highly recommend and ask that number 2, subclause B, whether it be struck for the policy or heavily revised after the first read. And I just wanted to end this month's report by thanking the board members who approved the superintendent's recommendations for staff renewals last meeting. Your courage and duty to serving those who put you in the chair that you sit in right now was obviously received very highly by the community and student body as a whole. So I want to say thank you to all of you. And if you have any questions regarding anything going on in the district, whether you're watching at home, here in the crowd, on the board, you can find my email on the board members page of the website. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Student Rep Morose. So now I will turn it over to Dr. Taylor for an update on the new policy adoption process and for a presentation with an update on the district goals. The administration will present each goal individually, and we will pause after the presentation of each goal to field questions from board members. Each board member will be able to ask a maximum of 2 questions or make a question or a statement about each of those specific goals. And we have asked that the presentations we're going to attempt for each district goal to run a total of 10 minutes, but we'll see. So thank you, Dr. Taylor.
We will do our best to stay within 10 minutes, Madam President. And good evening to everyone in our community. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge and ask for a moment of silence. We recently lost a member of our district family, Ms. Christine Hopkins, who was a beloved member of our district. So just to take a moment of silence to recognize her passing. Thank you very much. Regarding our student rep, I just had 2 really quick comments. When I first arrived in district, there was a lot of discussion around who should read the board recognitions. I know for the last 4 years, it's been our student rep, but that was a really in-depth conversation. I gave the recommendation that the person who would do the best job would be our student rep, and you prove me correct every time you do it, Mr. Morrow. So thank you for that. And also, we strongly encourage our schools to participate in contests. We know that it can be a drain sometimes on the staff members who are responsible. But you could see from the student rep and the board recognition that our kids are just leading in many of these high-level contests like the law contest that was mentioned. We encourage participation. We don't mandate it. We understand that sometimes staff members in schools are overwhelmed with so many responsibilities, but our students and staff shine so well and represent our district, and they receive, pretty significant awards, from those contests. So I will now shift over to our district goals and our policy update. I want to share my screen, Mr. Bonds. All right. Let's go. So the order of our review this evening, we're going to start with just a brief reminder of our district goal process. It's a pretty significant process for the board and myself, and then go through each of our district goal action plans and the updates on progress thus far this year. Our SLT is actually joining us, many of them on the screen there, to chime in and give lots of real-time feedback on these district goals. So for those who may not be aware, the New Jersey School Board Association is a big part of our district goal process. We partner with them like many districts in the state of New Jersey, and one of the things that we partner with is called field services. And the field services rep comes out and helps us to go through a goal-setting process. And so the district goals customarily begin with the Board of Education and the superintendent and the New Jersey School Board Association field rep having a conversation. We talk about the previous year's outcomes. We include challenges and triumphs. The board and myself, we then come to an agreement on the selected goals. There are so many things that we would like to do, but we narrow them down to the highest priorities. And we also understand that some of these goals are so robust, they may take multiple years. The goals are then formally adopted at a board meeting just like this. I then take those goals back and I work with our team to develop action plans to successfully address those goals. We then bring those goals back with the action plans and share them with the public and the board and take feedback. So the action plans are really administrative, but the board is often able to give us really strong feedback to make them even better. I then report out on the action plans because they're organic. Sometimes they change based on the work that we're doing, and they often cascade across our school district. It does no good for a district goal to just be my goal. The goal, for it to be impactful and effective, it has to be the goals of many leaders in our school district. We did add a step this year where our team leads gave bi-weekly updates on district goals, and I shared those bi-weekly updates with the Board of Education. And then now, in the spring, we provide artifacts and evidence of the goal completion through a platform that the New Jersey School Board Association provides for us. We will now have a brief policy process update from Ms. Badine, who's our liaison to the board for policy and also the assistant superintendent for special services. Ms. Badine, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. So the policy committee's done a lot of work this year, taking a look at our policy process, because we had some discussions about how much time it was taking for us to get through the process of reviewing and revising policies. So in January, we had a discussion that we wanted to abbreviate the process. And one of the ways that we decided to do that was, rather than have the policy come to the policy committee first and then go on to its respective committee, we decided that we would send the policies directly out to the related committee for their review and their feedback. Due to a scheduling conflict at one point along the way, it ended up that the policy committee meeting happened very early in the month, and the policies went to their committees for review and then went directly to the board for first read for feedback before it came back to the policy committee. And we actually found that that process worked better for us because it allowed the policy committee to have feedback from everyone when they sat down to review the feedback and make a decision about what feedback we would utilize and so on and so forth. So we ended up actually making the decision to keep that process the same, with the policies going to their related committee and to the board for first read before it came to the policy committee for discussion. So our updated policy procedure looks like this. So first, we have policies that are identified for review, and there's a number of ways that that can happen. It can come through a Strauss Esme alert. It can be something that's identified by an audit. something by the policy chair, the Board of Ed, an administrator, but a policy is identified to go through our process for review and revision. Once the policy is identified, it's sent to the related committee and they provide their feedback. Then it goes to first read with the board where feedback is given as well. At this first read, there is no action on the policy. The existing policy remains in place while that discussion and feedback process takes place. The policy then comes to the policy committee, complete with the feedback from their related committee and from the Board of Education. At the policy committee, the members of the policy committee consider that feedback and they make decisions about which recommended revisions will be implemented. That revised version of the policy then goes to the Board of Education for second read. At second read, the Board of Education then makes a decision whether to approve the policy or not. If the policy is approved, it's adopted and placed on the website. If the policy is not approved, then it's pulled and goes back to first read and starts this process over, which means that the existing policy remains in place until a new revised version of the policy is adopted by the Board of Education. The policy committee has been having a lot of discussion about the redlining process. So we have been exploring some tools that might be able to do this for us. One of the pieces of software that we were exploring is Lacera. They have two different versions, but the desktop version seems to be the best version for our purposes. So in this particular tool, which is often used by law firms, it basically looks at the two different documents and then it combines them and redlines them. As you can kind of see from the visual, it shows, you know, where things are redlined like we have done in the past. So we really liked this particular tool. It's one that we're exploring. So we're waiting for a little more information from the company about cost and, you know, how we would get licenses and so on and so forth. And then we'll make a decision about whether or not to move forward with this tool.
Thank you, Ms. Bedine. And board members, we've also embedded in the updated presentation videos from this software so you could take a look offline on your own time. We will now move into district goals number 1 regarding facilities. Mr. Burnside will take it from here, and we have some guests to also support us. Oh, were there questions about?
Sorry.
Okay.
Do we have questions now or later?
If there are questions about the policy process, we'll ask them now. Board Member Vadlamani?
Sure. So, thanks for coming up with the process. The first time I'm seeing it at least, so, but it's good that at least we have a process after 6 months for asking for it. Not pointing to anyone in particular, but in general, right? Okay. So all the policies that we see on the public website are redlined, which is good. And I'm glad at least we're doing that. My question is, why can't they be redlined when they come to the committee? Somebody is doing the work. Somebody is sitting there and making a redlined copy of that. And why can we not get that in the committee? Because in the committee, we don't get that. And there is really no humanly possible way of putting two documents next to each other and saying, oh, this paragraph should go from here to here. I mean, would it not help would committees understand better and provide recommendations back and make the process much better? That's number 1, right? And then number 2 is, I mean, I understand software. I mean, everyone thinks technology will solve everything. We have Google Docs, turn tracking on. That's it. That's redlining. It's not I mean, right now it's sitting on our head saying, oh, redlining is what lawyers do. I'm not a lawyer. We're making it more difficult for ourselves than it needs to be. Just turn on tracking in a document and delete, and it'll show you deleted. So I really fail to understand why we're exploring all these complicated software solutions when we already have them.
Thank you. So from my experience and those folks who are responsible for doing this work, we have gone through Google Docs, Word, and other widely used software. And while it gives you an output that has red lines on it, when you compare it to the products that started the process, there are big chunks of the documents that are missing in that output. And so, the folks who are responsible, including our IT department, it's just a matter of that's the output, right? There's no way for us to fine tune those already existing software pieces to more accurately represent that. And we feel like the number of hours that are dedicated to the significant redlining, we've spoken about some of those documents are 40 pages long, right? And we're in a push to catch our policies up because we've been getting from Strauss-Esme really heavy policy updates and audits that are providing, as we shared in our previous meeting, the need to update significant number of policies for us to be in compliance. And so that's the explanation. I know it's there are lots of solutions, and we're just trying to find the most efficient and effective one that can help to close this conversation, and so that the board can go about its business without being concerned about redlining.
Board Member Gifford.
Yeah, I did just want to share that at a February 22nd, 2021 board meeting, a regular board meeting, the former policy chair, Susan Bergen, stated that we have over 200 policies that are past their review date. So we have our work cut out for us. So, you know, when you think about where we are now, we have not moved the needle. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So, you know, we are trying to do it differently. We are trying to take some work off of the administration, and we're actually putting work on board members to do a little bit more reading. And I know that I think it is a bit of work for us, but I think we're going to be helping the administration to get through this backlog. And in October, we should be through this. So, thank you.
Board Member Wingfield, then Dr. Telesford, then Board Member Malaspina.
So I can say firsthand that Board Member Bergen and before her Board Member Siders would definitely say that quantity should not trump quality. And what we're dealing with right now is policies that are being rushed through, that are being copied and pasted from boilerplate language from Strauss-Esme, language that does not reflect the values of this community. And as a result, we're ending up with policies for second read, some for first read, that hopefully we'll be pulling tonight because we need to slow down. I understand that we need to be able to get through the backlog, but that getting through the backlog can't come at the expense of really taking the time to think about what we're doing so that it actually reflects the needs and the values of this community, not what some lawmakers and policy writers down in other communities in New Jersey think we should be doing.
No, I think what Board Member Wingfield shares speaks for itself. And for us, I know selfishly as superintendents, we're always very concerned about the resulting QSAT grade that comes from our review that COVID has pushed back significantly, and we don't know when it's going to come. I'm going to assume it's going to come next school year. So we're just trying to just be efficient. And I 100% respect what was shared about honoring the work of past boards. And I think what we've seen in the policy committee meetings, when Strauss-Esme came to visit, they shared their concerns about the former process and about kind of I hope what Ms. Badine shared, people got from that we're taking out the step where the policy committee views it first, right? So to try to expedite it by giving it to the committees first and taking out that unnecessary step to expedite the review. But we're just literally not trying to disrespect the past work or the current work that's happening, just trying to provide it at a faster pace for easier review.
I guess I just want to say that I think the process is rushed, and to say it is rushed is an understatement, because over the past 2 months, we have not reviewed any of the first read policies in policy committee because we were very early in the month, and then we're saying that was a good thing. However, I think the problem is, yes, we're going to now have these policies going forward very, very quickly. And when I actually mentioned that this is too rushed, I was told I have a lack of appreciation for the substantial backlog of policies we need to address. And you know what? I agree. I'm fine with that. I don't care about the backlog. I care about the quality of the policies that come out. And so let me be clear, I don't think there's some nefarious plot to like put prayer in schools or put armed police officers in the hallways or anything like that. But when we just accept the boilerplate language of Strauss Esme, who is our vendor, then we end up with these unintended consequences where, we shouldn't have an avalanche of emails and a long list of people here for public speaks talking about policy. Just to give you an example, this is my sweatshirt that I've had since like 1998 for Columbia fencing. If a teacher wears this, they should be able to wear it. If they want to encourage students to, they want to wear their alma mater and say, I'm going to wear a Rutgers shirt and say, hey, apply to college, they shouldn't need to ask, can I get permission to wear this? If it's a hot day, you should wear shorts. If you're a gym teacher, you should be able to wear a tracksuit. I think when we just take the boilerplate language, we end up in a situation where we don't reflect the values of the community. And a lot of the things that I've seen with policy is we get these two versions and we can't tell the difference. And we can't tell the difference until we actually get to the meeting where we see a bunch of first reads up with redlining. But what I've seen from the redlining has been mostly just remove all the language from the board's previous work and then just insert Strauss Esme. And then what happens? An avalanche of emails saying, what are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't think we should have that. I think that we should have a very deliberate process, and we should be thinking about what exactly is going into our policy. If that makes it take longer, that's okay, because I care more about the quality of our work and not whether we've passed 40 policies today. I care about whether we've done good policy.
Thank you, Dr. Telford. Board Member Malaspina, then Board Member Deval-Wilson.
I appreciate everybody's discussions. I will say that, yet again, reiterate the fact that there is no nefarious plot out here to do any of that, that to do anything that is being put out there in the public. These policies are not just boilerplate policies. They are policies that are used by over, I think, 500 and some odd districts in the New Jersey, and that we do customize them. To say that they're not being customized is absolutely incorrect. We have and we will continue to customize them. And this is why we have first read and second read, is for have these discussions. So like Noah, I appreciate you brought that up. Because it's going to first read, now we can take it back, bring it back to, I guess came from Personnel Committee, and then Personnel Committee will then make those changes. Everybody has had multiple options to see these policies. We see these policies before they go to committee, when they're coming into committee for discussion. We see these policies when they go for first read. And we have a time during the first read to discuss them as a whole, as a board. We see the policies again when they come back to the committee for second read. We have an opportunity to discuss it then. We see the policies then. We also have opportunities, the board members have opportunities at any time, or the public, during first reads, to make suggestions like Noah made, or for others. We then see the policies again when it goes to policy committee. So to say that these policies haven't been seen is just not true. They have gone through a rigorous process. And we are not just copying, pasting. We are taking things. Do things fall through the cracks at times? Yeah, something happens. Is the policy that we're going to be looking at tonight that we've gotten things on from? Yeah, we think between first and second read, new language came out. So we're probably going to end up making changes based on that. But I think we need to clear up this misconception that we are trying to just boilerplate something that is going on, that there's some nefarious, things going on in this board. That is not the case. It is not the case. And we understand and we value the community. We value their input. We've taken it and we make adjustments all the time. There's been numerous policies over the years that have changed and that we have changed based on feedback. That's why we do a first read and second read. Some districts don't do a first read and second read. So I appreciate this process, but know that there is a process. We take the feedback and we do it, but please stop with the mischaracterizations that are out there. And also, one more thing, the reason redlining is not being done, it was costing over $1,000 a month for redlining. And I'm sorry, but my money would be better. I'd rather use that $1,000 a month on my students than on redlining for a Board of Ed members so that they can have it.
I just want to say, like, anytime that there is a new process to something, something as great as a school district, there's going to be some key learnings and there's going to be some gaps. And I think that, thank you, Kawhi, thank you everyone for what you said. We're just trying to do our best and we're just trying to support our superintendent who is saying he's worried about CUSAC and worried about our ability to get a high score. And I just ask the community to just have a little bit of humility for us while we are trying to do our due diligence. We care about our past process. We care about our past wording and policies that past board members worked on. It's not that we don't care. It's that we're trying to balance what Dr. Taylor said, what Susie said about making sure that we are compliant. And also, I will say that the amount of policies that we are reading at once is a lot. I do think we need to maybe look at that a little bit because, I mean, I'm an FFT. A lot of our policies this month was like, all right, lead testing of water. I mean, there's not that much that you're really going to change with that, right? That's just, it is what it is. But some of these policies are more nuanced and are more complicated. And I want to make sure that all of us feel like we have that time. We all have jobs, you know, multiple jobs in addition to being parents. And so, again, I just asking the community for some humility during this process of trying to support our superintendent with trying to be compliant while also dealing with the backlog and doing it in a way that is sensitive to the needs of this community. And again, that's why we have board meetings like this where we can have public speaks, where people can email us their concerns, and we listen, and we might not get a chance to respond to every one of them, but we do read them, and we're going to try to be better at this process. So thank you.
I'm going to just say one thing and then I'll pass it over to you guys. I just want everyone to know that for policy 3216, and I'm not trying to steal the personnel meeting minute thunder here, but that is something that the board members flagged. It was, you know, we were like, it's 21st century. Why is there a dress code, right? And is this normal? And these are the questions we had for administration because we don't work in education. And so the conversation in personnel was, from the board's perspective, this doesn't seem right. Like, why can't they wear jeans and why are we restrictive? But we asked the district to take a look at it. And that was part of the conversation that coming to the next personnel meeting, that conversation would have happened. And then there would be a report out back to the board. So I just want to make sure that people understand that, you know, we support the Somaya sweatshirts. We support, you know, jean wearing, shorts and all of those things, hair coverings. And I just wanted to make sure that that was made clear. But and then Board Member Vadlamani and then Dr. Tellisford.
So this is what bothers me the most, right? I mean, writing policy and making sure that the community understands policy is our job. That's the board's job. It is not the administration's job. It is not the public's job. That's our job. And it really, really bothers me that we've outsourced the entire coming up with the process to the administration and put them on the spot to explain to the public and be the unpopular people. But we should be doing this. We should be leading this job, sitting up there and explaining to public that this is the process, this is how we'll do it, and this is how we can do that. And one thing I want to clarify, I mean, first reads does not mean it's an incomplete product. We should not be triggering public every time we put something out on first reads. That is not what first reads is for. First reads is a complete product, which we all agree, we all see it, and then put it out there, and there'll be minimal changes based on public feedback. Unfortunately, now, every document that's out there for first reads requires massive changes.
I'll just say at least for 3216, if there were this many questions, I don't think it should have been up for first read in the first place, and we should have had that continued discussion and allowed us to get to policy committee. Because yes, I don't want the public here. I think that the board work that we do should kind of be boring, and no one should have to pay attention to everything we're doing. And when we are triggering the community to say, oh my goodness, what are you doing? What are you doing? That is a reflection of the work we're doing. Now, I did say that there is no nefarious plot, and I don't think there is a nefarious plot, but I do think there is a level of, I guess, not work ethic, but maybe there's a level of sloppiness that can occur because we're just taking boilerplate language. Now, we are the policymakers. That's why we were elected. Strauss Esme was not elected. Dr. Taylor was not elected. The administration was not elected. We were elected. So it is our work to be the policymakers and to make sure that the process is transparent and doesn't have a bunch of people coming out just because they're afraid of what the policy is. And if we have that many questions about a policy and saying, why are we doing this? Then what we should be doing is saying this should not be up for first read. We should be reviewing this more.
And I just want to say, I understand that there's a cost incurred, but if you want the board as a whole to be engaged in reviewing these policies and really understanding the changes, then you have to understand that what we see is not at all what the public sees when they get their first read. And so for us to be engaged, we should see the red line version of the recommended changes the same way that the public does eventually when they're posted. It is a barrier to our ability to fully engage in the process. And I think we talk a lot about ways to make board member service more inclusive and more accessible, in particular for those of us who have very, very demanding jobs and all sorts of other things on top of our board service. This does not do that. And so I would like to get a commitment from the policy chair that we will immediately go back to redlining across the board for committee reviews so that we catch these things much, much earlier and are able to spare the public from so much triggering, as Arun said, and instead take care of these things in our committee discussion so that by the time they come to first read, it's a more appropriate version of the policy.
Board Member Eckert.
A lot of people up here have made, honestly, excellent points on all sides of it that I've talked about. The process, I have my own opinions of it, which I've discussed with the policy chair before. It's challenging. We obviously want to support the district as much as we can. The one thing that I ask is that we all agree that we are all as a board accountable. Like, there are going to be things that we bring up with certain policies that I didn't catch. You know, I'm the chair of the personnel committee, and even though, you know, Board President Whitletter said we discussed it, you're right. We should have made those changes and then gone on to second read. It shouldn't just be, first read shouldn't just be a kind of pass. And there will be others that we discussed this evening that community members wrote in. Frankly, I didn't think about it. Like, things slip through the cracks. And I am always going to be one, I can only speak for myself, that will own up to it and take responsibility. But I do believe that we as a board need to do that, because there have been multiple instances where we can all review whether or not it's redline or not. I totally understand that's a challenge. But I think it's unfair to mischaracterize that it's only certain, like, or what it feels like it's only certain board members. I think it's all of us, including myself. That's all.
I know, thank you. So we're going to move on now to the first district
A
goal.
last statement? No?
We're each just getting 2 times to comment. So once we've exhausted those comments, we're going to move on because we have special guests here this evening and we have a lot to get through. So
I just want to acknowledge the thoughtful conversation, right? And I think that one thing that I noticed when I first came to this district was the amount of effort that board members put into policy review, which is what we're seeing, right? This is the echoes of that work. And so whatever we can do as an administration to support board members, we are of course here to do that. I want to now pass it on to Mr. Burnside, who will introduce our special guest as well.
Hi, tonight we have Scott Downey from Spiesel Architects, and we have Kathy Tartaglia from Epic Construction Management. Okay. Okay. So this is our progress year to date. 3 of our elementary schools are substantially completed. Underhill Field is completed. We've got another 3 elementary schools that are going to be completed this summer. We've got 2 more elementary schools underway. That's going to happen. That's going to start this summer. We've got our middle school bids, and they're both due June 1st. And phase 1 of the Columbia High School is up for consideration this evening. So Marshall and Montrose, those are our 2 the newest projects. We're waiting on permits right now, and Montrose has a HVAC equipment ordered and will begin next summer. Clinton Elementary School, phase 2, it's on schedule to finish by August 15th of this summer. Bolden, Tuscan, and Seth Boyden, so they're all substantially completed and finished to work, and they're just working on small projects right now. The South Mountain and the Annex, their boiler replacements are scheduled to start this summer. The middle schools, as I said, the bids are going to be open on June 1st. And Underhill Field, we're just doing some minor repairs to the PA system. On the agenda, we've got the base bid and the alternate number 3 to be awarded for the Columbia High School bid. So the base bid has all of the multiple projects in it. Alternate number 3 is partial roof replacement, and that's $2.2 million. Some of the highlights on the Columbia High School projects that I was talking about in the base bid is going to be the student commons area, library renovations, science lab renovations, boiler replacement, asbestos abatement, unit ventilator upgrades, HVAC, and masonry. And I'll leave it right here and open the floor for questions. And like I said, we've got our architect and construction managers firm here. So please direct the questions.
Did you guys just want to do an overview of this initial base bid for CHS, if that's possible for the board? Okay.
So our, go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure.
Our recommendation, or our, oh, sorry. Our thought process on our recommendation we're making collaboratively as a team to the board is to award the base bid. The base bid includes the renovation of the science labs, the significant abatement, the pool area, everything that's listed there. But just so you understand, just the base bid project is a 2.5-year duration, because in order to do the work in the high school, we are starting out by taking over the B wing and the old pool area, abating those areas, and then renovating them. The pool area becomes the student commons, and the B wing gets 4 new science labs in it, and then some renovated classrooms. And then there's some other work within that phase. That's phase 1. That will start as soon as you give us the okay, like tomorrow. And so that they can do the abatement. The significance of getting that started is that B wing and the pool area have some of the most significant amount of abatement to be done in the building. And so we need this summer to do that. It will take the entire summer just to do the abatement. Everyone will be out of the building with the except custodial staff. And once we abate in the fall, the contractors can start those areas. They'll work in those areas. They'll be pardoned off from the rest of the school. And then next spring, we will give those areas, well, end of school year, but next summer, those areas we turn back to the school to move back into. And we will then go into phase 2,
which will be the library renovation, and the existing library will temporarily move into the new commons area so that they have a library for a school year. And the B wing will be completely open with 4 brand new classrooms, and then we will abate the D wing and the old library. And that will happen next summer. And then similarly, they will renovate the library during the school year, and the D wing is not completely being taken over for the whole year, but the science classrooms in the D wing will be under construction. And then when they turn over the following summer, there's other areas of renovation throughout the A wing and the C wing that will get done and renovated. So that's about a 2.5-year duration, just that scope. And we've been through it with Principal Sanchez and with the staff, with the facilities, with Tom Giulio, and it's a number of moving parts because obviously you guys need to run a program in that building while we renovate. And so our recommendation is that's a big chunk to start with. And to be conservative, we should do that. And then our second recommendation would be to award the roof because the roof is already significantly leaking and it doesn't make a lot of sense to do this much renovation within the building and not repair the roof. And, sorry, the last piece, and then so there's still another phase of the high school to be bid. We have not bid Ritzer Field yet because we have to stage the construction on a portion of Ritzer Field. So it doesn't make any sense to bid it because we can't do the work. So that will be bid probably in the spring of 2025. And at that time, by fall of 2024, all the other projects within the district will be completed. And the only project that will continue on is the high school. So we will then know a final accounting of how much money we have left overall. And with that money, we can then bid other projects that we need to be completed in the high school that we're asking to put off until later. And also Ritzer Field, which we still have the money, Ritzer Field, the money for Ritzer Field has been allocated, but we're not going to bid that at this time.
Now, can you just explain so that we all know what the dollar amount is for the base bid? It's not in here. I mean, some of us know obviously, but just clarify. No, an approximate number. I don't need.
Yeah, so the base bid on its own was $32,671,000. And then our recommendation adds the roof to that, which would increase that to $34,871,000.
So it's significant.
Dr. Tellisford? And then
I guess when you're going to be taking over the B wing, the whole idea of doing the commons area and everything is that you want to get that construction done. And then I guess part of the significant programming that we were going to want to add to the school was things like with the guidance suite and having, I guess, these additions for SEL. I guess, why didn't things like the guidance suite, why was not, I guess, a higher priority? And was that pushed off later? Because
yeah, so we're in a difficult bid environment right now. Costs have been escalating, as I think you're aware, over the last several years, and they continue to be escalating. So when we put the high school out to bid, we tried to identify scopes of work that might be suitable bid alternates, just to provide us some protection and put you in a position to be able to award the high school. Now, we have some options regarding that scope. So I don't know that I would say it's a lower priority, but it was scope that was easily broken out as an alternate, isolated, and it's work that we can go back out with a separate bid package very easily for that work to be done at a future time as part of the phasing of the project. So within that 2.5-year project, even if that work were to be awarded today, it's not going to get done for 1.5 years, basically, close to 2 years, right? So we have time to bring in the middle school bid, see exactly where we are in terms of the budget, contingency and so forth, and then we can structure a bid to implement that additional work.
Board Member Deval-Wilson?
I just wanted to do a quick follow-up. Yeah, just a quick question. So my other question was for the girls' locker room. One thing I was not clear on is, was that bid or was that now just for changing the lockers, or is it for a full renovation of the locker room? Because that locker room needs a lot more than just new lockers.
no, I think that's just the
It's
the
just the
locker and
lockers.
fit out,
And
yeah.
so the locker room was not in the referendum.
Right.
But in order to do the renovation of the pool area to become the commons, whatever, am I not on the mic again? Sorry. We have to do significant amount of abatement in and around the pool area. And so it fell into the locker room. And so then once we had that abatement to do, we'd either have to put some of that back in place or, we thought, well, we'll get a price and see what it costs to fix it. It was never really in the scope, but we just thought we'd price it out. So
I guess my question was that really, so does that abatement, is that going to be for the total locker room, like a total locker room renovation, or just the locker rooms? Just because last year we got, I guess, a estimate of like in the million, I guess, $2.5 million.
it's not a total renovation of the
Right.
locker room.
Right, so it's just the locker room.
Just locker.
Just lockers, okay.
Yep. And I just wanted to say that the guidance area, well, what would become the guidance area, that is getting abated in the first phase this summer, if we award tonight. And also, that is one of the areas that needs a significant new roof over it, and that is in the alternate roof package. So even though we are asking to, well, even if we were to award that piece, it was not getting done for 2 years out because it was in the final phase. But the prep work to renovate it later, the roof and the abatement was in this phase. It's getting done with the base bid.
This is more of a question about trying to enable the community to understand all of these different moving parts. So, we had that list that actually Caitlin helped put together, spent her time, when she probably should have been spending time with her family, actually putting this list together that was cross-referenced by Epic about what was in the base bid, right? Because a lot of community members were asking us, they were concerned about some of the questions that that Kwawi asked when it came to the locker rooms, the transgender bathroom, which is included in the base bid. So just a lot of questions. And so my request is, could we add this document, maybe just amend it, like, I don't know if you need to have the budget numbers in here, but add this document to our long-range facility plan website so that community members can see what's in this base bid and understand like what's included and what's not. Or just putting what is currently included, because we're getting emails of people being panicky about certain things that they care about, or just curious, and it's hard to find and cross-reference. I mean, we have members giving us screenshots of things they're trying to put the puzzle together, and not everyone watches our meetings, as exciting as they are. So I just think being able to update the website with what is included in the base bid would allow more transparency in this process, especially since more will hopefully come in the future when it comes to our budget. But this would just answer a lot of questions.
So I think that we can triangulate that, right? Because of course, this meeting is online on our website, on YouTube and everything. The presentation that we're doing is under the board's link in our website as well. And on the LRFP site, perhaps we can work with our two partners here just to make sure that it's the most up-to-date information. We do upload those bi-weekly updates on there, but this is one of those pieces that after you approve it, we will spread the word very, very wide, for sure. If you approve it. Sorry, I didn't mean to be presumptive.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, this list that we have internally is much longer than what's in the presentation. Talks about how many science labs, obviously there might be things from a security standpoint or just internal standpoint that we would have to cut, like I said, maybe the money and such, but I just think it would be nice for the community to have that type of access. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it was really helpful to go through that exercise because last year on FFT, one of the things we talked about in turning Ritzer into double softball fields is that there's going to be more foot traffic and usage of our girls' locker room. And it's something that when you go in there, you're like, the state isn't great. And I know as a board, we expressed some concerns about that. So it was interesting going through the process to see that only the skylight and the windows were included in the referendum in terms of maintenance. But I guess my broader question is, when you look at the district goals from 2021 to 2022, we were supposed to have gone out to bid for Columbia High School February of last year. And obviously, we've been sitting in an rising inflationary environment. Why have we seen such significant delays with the bidding process? Because I just want to know what those key learnings are as we think about Ritzer being bid out in spring of 2025. How do we prevent further delays with this construction timeline if we hopefully can start, ASAP?
So overall, as you can imagine, there were a lot of moving parts with the various improvements at the different schools. With regard to the high school and the middle school, there was a little more time spent than originally scheduled to work through design considerations and some of the alternate design ideas that were explored. With regard to the middle school, there was a restructuring of that bid, so it could be put out with a PLA and so forth. And also considering the timing relative to abatement and other efforts that need to happen at very certain times of the year. So all those things came together, and that's why we are on the schedule we are right now. At this point, the middle schools are the next piece. They're out to bid. Their bids are due next week. And then beyond that, the only components that will be fit into the schedule that aren't bid yet would be Ritzer and then any additional work at the high school.
Are there any other questions from board members?
Something else
Board
that's not,
member.
sorry.
For them or for the district?
For the district.
Okay. So
Not for you
do we have
guys.
any other questions for our special guest this evening?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none? Okay. Thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate it. And so Board Member Malaspina has a question for the district.
Thank you. As looking at the presentation, there is also another sub goal for the facilities area that states that, quote, the district will review and continue enhancements of its comprehensive safety and security plans, procedures, and mechanisms in the district schools. The plans and procedures, which shall be in written form, will provide for the protection of the health, safety, security, and welfare of the school population, the prevention of intervention in response to and recovery from emergency and crisis situations. Big, long sentence that we put together there. Nothing in the presentation speaks to this. I don't know if this didn't occur, or is it just, we haven't seen any evidence, but is it just that because we are in public, can't see any evidence? I just want to make sure we're not, we're doing our due diligence here.
Yeah, so the board, guess like almost 18 months ago, approved the job description for our new security and safety community lead. And that director was brought aboard prior to the past summer. And as I shared publicly during, I believe, our safety and security town hall that we had late summer, early fall, and through many conversations with the board, that we've submitted those updated safety plans that are due to the county office annually. And I just recently saw also from our director an update to that, to update those plans to be submitted. We, of course, couldn't share those plans publicly or even individually with board members because of the confidentiality of them. If for satisfaction of that goal, we could simply show those emails that were sent or show the receipt from the county office that those have been submitted.
Thank you. I just wanted to figure out how we could publicly show some evidence related to it so that we were in compliance. Thank you.
100%. And our new ID program at the high school was been spoken about by our student rep and others, but we can definitely offer some evidence in that NJSBA platform. You'll see that in my submission. Are we comfortable moving forward?
I think we're comfortable moving to the next district goal.
So just for shaping this portion, before our experts leave us, for the board president, would you like them to stay for the public speaks to respond to the public as well?
I think that would be great.
Okay.
Are there any public speaks tonight? And if you could just raise your hand if you intend to speak about CHS bid or, okay, so we have two.
Okay.
Okay, so that sounds,
So the board could vote to move public speaks that aligns to CHS up singularly, and then we could let our guests go, but I'll get our attorneys' thoughts on that.
Right, just to go out of order on the agenda, you need a motion and a second and a majority approval.
I'd like to make a motion to move up public speaks related to the CHS bid this evening. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Oh, first public.
We're going to grab the list and just make sure. Yep.
First public speaks this evening is Jocelyn Ryan.
Thanks, Jocelyn Ryan, South Orange. I wanted to speak about a couple of things. The first thing is the LRFP. So the long-range facilities plan as it pertains to the older kids, particularly the high school, is what I wanted to ask about. And thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your detailed reply to my email. And Nubia and Arun, thank you. And thanks to the presenters this evening. I only really have one question left about it, and it was, when does the roof happen? When does that work start?
Sorry, could you repeat the question just so the board could?
Oh, sorry, when does the roof begin?
Roof. Oh.
Yeah. Of this summer? Okay, great, thank you.
I'm just going to reiterate so that everybody in the audience and at home can hear that it meant that they said late this summer.
This summer, yeah.
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. And do you want me to go away and come back?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, yes, thank you so much. Thank you. See you later. Right. So then I think Amber Teague.
Hi, Amber Teague from Maplewood. This was super helpful, but one thing I'm not clear on is when last board meeting or two board meetings ago, there was discussion that we were running out of money, right? Because when we originally did the bond, the plan for $160 million, which when we went through it with Dr. Fakar, I was lucky enough to be on President's Council when he was going through that whole process. And everything on there was really health and safety related once we really boiled down to it. So it sounds like we are running out of money and that we may not be able to do all the things that we had originally intended to do. I think it makes sense that we are running out of money because obviously these are unprecedented times in terms of living through the pandemic and supply chain issues and of course inflation. So what I want to think about, or have you think about, or have us all think about, is if for a flagship school, Columbia High School, where hopefully every student in the district will go through, how can we get all these projects done if we are running out of money? Is it another bond? How do we think about capital improvements in our budgeting plan? Because I think what we've learned is waiting sort of 30, 40 years to do these things really puts us on our back foot. Wouldn't we be in a different place post-pandemic if we had new HVAC systems? Our kids could have gotten in school so much faster. So many of the complaints and concerns of this district could have actually been addressed if we were dealing with capital improvements and plans on a more consistent schedule. So I just put it to you, I don't know where this is all gonna land, and I'm sure there's not a huge appetite for another bond, but I really would love everyone to start thinking about how we regularly incorporate this kind of work into our annual plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So,
Is there,
excuse me. Oh, do we have anyone else? I don't see anyone else on here that was intending to speak about it, but raise your hand if you are, so I can call you up here. I know, and it doesn't say, I see them online, but it doesn't say what they're calling about. So I don't know how to field those.
I can respond to that public speaks if you would like.
Okay.
So just thank you for that. And please know that annually the board approves our annual maintenance plan. We have a very impactful facilities director who has taken a very proactive stance on things that are not a part of the long-range facilities plan. And the board and FFT have had conversations about what happens when we get to that point when money runs out, right? And we cannot expend other funds until that money runs out, which is a really important point. And in my previous experience managing large construction projects in other places, there was a significant amount of money left for other things. But the beautification of the buildings was never one of them, which was always something that I didn't love either, right? That we want to make the buildings beautiful for our kids and our staff members. So we are keeping that top of mind.
Just some quick numbers on the financial side of this. So the bonds, all three tranches that we sold came to 157,386,000. As of this week, about 61% of that has been expended or encumbered. So that comes out to about 96 million. We have approximately $61,386,000 left.
Madam President, Mr. Bonds is informing me that a community member, Megan Gooselink, has a hand raised online, which may be about this topic.
Okay, great. Let's bring her on. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. And thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Driving. Hello, I am driving in the car, so I hope you can all hear me. Thank you for recognizing my hand raised. I have a bunch of things to say, but specifically in this section about the CHS award, as the parent of a transgender child at CHS, we would really like to know the status. As a board member already indicated, it's very unclear to us the status of the all gender bathrooms in the facility. These are extremely important to our child who currently does not go to the bathroom at school all day long due to the conditions of the existing all gender bathroom, which the students refer to as the coffin, which also there's only one all gender bathroom in a school that serves, on average 2,000 students, and there's one all gender bathroom. So that is my question about the CHS award, is where are the all gender bathrooms that are absolutely necessary to serve our student body so that they can use the bathroom and be healthy in their school day. Thank you.
Those are still in the plans for the CHS project.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Sorry. One last thing that I forgot to mention was, when this came up, the base bid that we had to vote on, the full board didn't have all of the the full board didn't have all the information as to why. And I think it was great that Epic was able to come and deliver that message to us as the full board and the community. As FFT chair, I didn't have the reasoning either. I mean, I know it just happened in the way it happened. I'm not trying to point any fingers, but my point is just, I think that it should be a best practice moving forward that when the full board has to vote on a resolution such as this one, that the full board is informed, not just FFT, because we do often get information before the rest of the board, and often that gets into a recap, or I'll send an update to the rest of the team. So I would just request that in the future we're able to have this type of information in advance so that everyone feels comfortable about moving forward with the vote.
Duly noted, and I think that's why also we try to push out those committee minutes to the full board as soon as we can when we get them to ensure that folks have a chance to review, along with launching all the supporting documents, hopefully the Thursday before this week. And so we always are pushing for that. So I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. If we're prepared to, that was a little bit more than 10 minutes, I think, for the first goal. I want to promise that we're going to pace a little more. These are passionate and important topics. So thank you for giving us grace for that. We have our assistant superintendents who are joining us. Per our design, our redesign of central office, the vision was to have special services, access and equity, and CNI working together. And the assistant supes are really embodying that work. So to our assistant superintendents, Ms. Bodner, Ms. Badine, and Dr. Gilbert, I'm going to start going through the slides. Feel free to chime in.
Great, thank you.
So these are our action plans. We're not going to spend time on them because we presented them to the public multiple times. So I'm going to skip through them, but they're here for anybody who wants to go look through the documents when they're posted online. Oops, sorry. There we go.
Thank you. So we'll start with our work on intervention and referral services. So the assistant superintendents work together to complete a needs assessment and an audit of the INRS processes and procedures across the district. And then we took that information to start working on different aspects of the INRS process for improvement. So we've worked this year on a handbook and the related forms to create the handbook and create a standardized set of procedures and forms and so on and so forth to be used in the upcoming school year. We are continuing also to work on an intervention bank. We have begun that process and we're continuing that process to put together a general overarching intervention bank that can be used by any school to help with the INRS planning procedure for their students. We also have taken a little time to meet with different vendors to seek out a tool that will really help us with housing a number of the different aspects of intervention and referral services, such as our forms, data, documents, our intervention bank, whatever features the different tools offer to help make us more efficient and proficient with this process. So we've looked at many, many different tools, but we've narrowed it down to 2 different tools that we think have the aspects that we're really looking for. One of them is preferred over the other. We're in the final stages of that review process. The Director of Access and Equity also has been attending random INRS meetings across the district, gathering information to look for specific areas that might require immediate training or long-term training and intervention as needed. And of course, we're planning the administrator training on the upcoming, in the upcoming summer for the updated INRS manual.
This particular slide highlights for you the different opportunities we've had for professional development. We know that in this goal, and then also the goal that deals with social emotional learning and restorative justice, professional development was one of our pieces. And so this is just an outline for you on the many different areas and leverage points that we had to do professional development. One key change we did this year is we rotated our PDs in October, December, February, and March, where we allowed the building levels to do specific building types of professional development. And then they rotated between that and district offering where they had choice. We put them in 2 groups, and this what this slide shows what that actually looked like. Next slide, please. And this, you could probably barely see this, but this is a list of some examples of our professional development offerings. We don't have included in here the PLCs that our teachers ran within their particular buildings. A couple of that I would like to, you can see it's broken down into academic, our restorative justice practices, and our access and equity pieces. A couple of things that I would like to just highlight on this slide is that you see a couple of offerings that deal specifically around phonics, everything you need to know about phonics in early elementary, UG phonics. And we also have some things that talked about like creative thinkers and problem solvers in math. And then the English department had a reading and writing professional development for grades 9 through 12. In our restorative justice practices, you can see a huge emphasis around community building, and there'll be another goal that we'll talk about why that's significant. And when we talk about access and equity, windows and mirrors in STEM, uncovering the impact of intersectionality on mental health, and then also several content-specific things around, for example, teaching Amistad in the curriculum, and then the Danielson through the equity lens, really working on how our teachers can perform a culture responsive teaching within their class, but also how our leaders can actually recognize what those look like when they do observations in the classroom. This slide shows our administrators. We're not leaving them out in our professional development, and these were the different opportunities and times that we had. I would highlight for you, you'll see a McRail training. That's actually the training that we're doing with our administrators on evaluations, on what their evaluations are going to look like, and how our principals evaluate their assistant principals. And we're actually going to be moving to our directors at central office, going through some of the same type of training. And so we're all getting trained to really understand what that is. You see the Danielson training. That's the training we do with our administrators that I talked about in terms of being able to recognize the culture responsive teaching and thing that goes on in the classroom. And a huge professional development that our secondary schools went through was scheduling, because we really wanted our secondary schools to think about repurposing their scheduling that can incorporate times where we could actually focus on some community building and things and natures for our young people.
Okay, and then some other areas we really focused on was RTI, and we reviewed our process and targeted areas of improvement at the Tier 1 level. We began targeted intervention and collect data to drive our changes. We continue to work on this process moving forward. We really focus in on our Tier 1 intervention in our classrooms. We do this through our instructional coaching sessions and coaching sessions with our supervisors. We look at things and work on areas like behavior management, small group instruction. We have data meetings with our staff, department meetings that target individual needs of teachers. And we also do this to focus on our bank of INRS interventions. We're continuing with our 9th grade humanities class. This year we did expand it. We doubled the number of students who go through our humanities class. We have met with the teachers a few times throughout the years. So we will continue to be doing this. We are making revisions to the curriculum this year. Our teachers who teach these classes are going to be working on it this summer. They have visited schools who successfully have a humanities class, and we are offering the PD to teachers to what they feel they need PD in, and we're giving them those opportunities. So we have scheduling professional development for our elementary teachers had professional development on using our new scheduling software. That was their phase 1. As a former principal at the elementary level, one of the hardest things that you had to do was create the master schedule. And there is a piece of software out there that helps our teachers do that. And it really, or our principals do that. And it really allows to create priorities. Who needs to be scheduled first? Who might have some outside of the box needs? So they went through that training in the beginning of the year, and they will be using that new software for next year to create a very efficient schedule. Our secondary principals, as Dr. Giblett said, did go through a scheduling PD session and coaching sessions with this professional development people. And their whole idea was to hear what the priorities are of the buildings, and then to help them to create a schedule that reflects those priorities. We have student tutoring, which we have created the RFP. We had to republicize it because we realized that we needed the RFP or the contract to go for much longer. And services will begin this summer. So we will have a contract for our summer school kids. We had 2 more instructional coaches at the secondary level. They have led numerous PD sessions. They've worked with our principals and our supervisors to lead faculty meetings and department meetings, and they've done a lot of coaching sessions with teachers. We continue to use risk ratio when we're looking at data and analysis.
There you go.
Thank you. And we really use this when we are looking at our middle school and high school advanced placement courses. And another area that we are finding is our Chinese world language expansion has happened and is continuing to happen due to the popularity of our Chinese world language courses. Our middle schools have asked to increase our offerings. And so we're happy to announce that next year we will be expanding our Chinese offerings at the middle school.
And I think that the board is considering that action this evening.
Yes, sorry. Okay, so along with many different pieces of data, we have used pass-fail data at Columbia High School to help us to make some systemic changes at the building. So some of the things that we've been doing as we've been analyzing this data, and we've been having multiple data meetings with the staff, with the administration at Columbia High School, we've seen a lot of trends in the data. These are some of the examples. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but some of the things that we have seen, the data indicates an overall improvement from Q1 to Q2 in our arts classes. Ninth grade biology course, less than 7% have received a failing grade. So we really dug deep into the failure data to find out what is truly going on. And we did this as an overall for Columbia High School, but we also dug deep into our departments to see what is actually going on and where are the areas of need that we can then make systemic changes or maybe some small changes at Columbia to improve our supports for our students and the experience for our students. We also asked, this is again some more trends that we have seen. Again, there were a ton of lists of things that we found when we examined the data, but these are some of the things that we have found.
Ms. Bodnar, I'll just chime in for those who may not have been a part of previous board meetings and discussions. Late last summer, early fall, we did a deep dive into some of the pass-fail data from those previous quarters with the board. And in the C&I conversations this year, there were discussions about just raw data, right? And if you can do the math, 2,000 kids, 8 or 9 courses apiece, you're talking about 18,000 grades. And so we're trying to really peel back the onion to look at the trends that we can really point our interventions towards. In the previous updates that we've given on these topics, we've spoken about layering those interventions and making them more and more customized, and that not every situation, of course, is the same, and some of them, but some of them are similar in nature, and we can start to guide our interventions to be more customized for students' needs. Please continue.
Thank you. Yes. So we also, in some of our department meetings that were led by our supervisors, we wanted to hear what teachers were seeing and where they thought some areas we can look at and try to focus in on. And here are some of the information that our teachers are seeing day to day, maybe overall, and maybe by quarter, but they're here for you to look at. Okay. So when we look at the overall analysis of student data, we as a team, as an administrative team with Columbia High School administrators and central office administrators, we really found that we could put this information and this data into 4 buckets. And one is looking at students who had 1 or 2 failures. And that was allowing us to put in immediate interventions. We could do things immediately to support these students. Then we had students we had 3 other areas that were more systemic, that we needed to dig deep into and look at our process and procedures and how we do things at the high school and the supports that we're putting in place at the high school so that we're really changing the systems that go on. So some of those are students who have Fs based on attendance in classes, not necessarily overall attendance, but in certain classes where students are failing, there is a very big correlation between attendance and students who are getting Fs. Students with outside of the box situations. We had some students who had an enormous amount of Fs, but when we really dug deep to find out what was going on, many of our students had left the district and never unenrolled. So they remained in the in registration, and they continuously were getting Fs. So we pulled those out because they were outside of the box situations. And then finally, we had students with multiple Fs, but not for reason 2 or 3, meaning not based on attendance or not outside of the box situations. So when we look at each of these areas, we started to do some individual, to create individual student learning plans for students who had 1 or 2 failures. These were the immediate interventions that we could put in place. And everyone was different. Not everyone received all of these interventions because it wasn't appropriate for all of them, but we did address these students. And some of the interventions that could be put in place, these were some of the interventions and instructional strategies. Again, just some of the things. It could be give time in class to make up some missed work, group students to foster more discussion, ask higher order thinking questions. These are things that we could do in the immediate to support our students. Next slide. So. Another way we were working with our students was flexibility strategies, pushing back states to allow for more review or modifying questions or allowing or reminding students about retakes. These were some of the interventions that could be put in place for students with 1 and 2 failures. Next slide, please.
And just to add on, Ms. Bodner, that, understanding that we want to meet our kids where they are, right? And peeling back the onion to really understand why students are exhibiting or being seen as at risk beyond just the grades that they have. Many times there are more circumstances that a closer, thoughtful look shows us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And another area would be contact strategies. Give students printed copies of their grades and reports, give extra credit for people who go to period 9, constant reminders of missed work, hold one-on-one conferences with students on missed work. So all of these, again, are based on the needs of the individual student. These are some of the strategies that we could use for, especially for our students who had 1 and 2 failures this year. So then we start to look at things that are a little bit bigger and have a lead more than just what we can do immediately. And we started to look at some of our students who have failures due to absence and for out of the box situations. And here are some of the things that we will be looking at for next year. So the data that we have collected this year, this pass-fail data, this or Q1, Q2 data, are any of the RTI and tier 1 interventions, the things we're hearing that areas that we might need to put more supports. All of this data collected is giving us information to make changes that are systemic. So some of those things are, we need to really make sure that our students have full schedules with no gaps in them. We need to make sure that we're going to be looking at our assistant principals, and they are going to be their work is going to shift not so much by grade level, by actual areas of focus. We are going to have our assistant principals are conduct seat times remedies to see how we can make up for some students who might have missed some classes. And you can continue on. I won't read each and every one, but there's more. We're constantly finding ways to make changes. We will have this data when over the summer from as we continue to plan and as we do student schedules and as we're looking at class sizes and making any changes to the next school year coming in. Again, we're going to be reallocating our CHS administrators' responsibilities so that they will have individual responsibilities and not just by grade level. And one of the big things that we're really focusing on and that we've been focusing on for a while on planning is we will be establishing a 9th grade academy next year with a focus on transitioning our students from the middle schools into CHS. And we're bringing a culture of success to our new students, including freshman seminar class, where they will be doing things like focusing in on SEL. They will be learning about executive functioning and organization. They will have time to work on, get extra help from teachers. So our 9th period conference will now be at first period during our 9th grade academy. We will have ELA and math labs for students who failed those classes in 8th grade, and they will go and get extra supports. So this is a huge shift and something that we think will directly connect to really building a nice foundation for our freshmen so that they can use these skills that they're learning their freshman year into the following years at Columbia.
Thank you. And that's also an example of data driving our decision-making, similar to last year when we were doing backwards mapping of incidents that occurred and the timing of them, seeing who was involved and if there were threads there, and making shifts in the lunch schedule for our freshmen, keeping them in, and adding in that layer of ID checks and things like that. Very similar with seeing that this group has year over year had been our biggest challenge, and trying to put real specific guide rails in place to make sure that we're helping them to be as successful as they can be. Go right ahead.
Thank you. And the other big area that we are looking at is really looking at our counseling annex and SLAM lab. And one of the things that we want to introduce next year is to use our National Honor Society and our MAC scholars to do mentoring and tutoring of our students, which we think will really, really support and hopefully engage our students more. So for next year, we do have some areas that we are planning in curriculum instruction and launching. One of the big areas we have budgeted for is a new K-5 math program. Our math program for many years has been it's very old and outdated. And one of the things I knew when I came from the building is that and hearing my colleagues around the district is that we really needed to put some focus into our K-5 math. So at the time has come this year, we have been vetting numerous programs, and all of our elementary teachers have had the option to be a part of that during professional development days. We've videoed all of our presentations from the different programs, and we have a lot of teacher surveys filled out so that we know we have their voice and we hear what they feel is the best program for our community. We will be picking a program next month, so you will have something on. We will be presenting at CNI the program that was the choice of the district. And then for ELA next year, we are making some shifts in our professional development. Our K-8 tenured teachers will no longer be required to attend Teachers College coaching sessions. Our non-tenure at this moment and next year will be attending them because it is currently our program that we need them to be able to, especially our new teachers, be able to deliver the curriculum. Our K-2 professional development will focus on focus instruction. We will be using inside and outside professional developers. Our 3-5 will focus on phonics and spelling instruction, topic-based reading and writing instruction, again, using inside and outside professional developers. And 6 through 8 will focus on vocabulary, grammar instruction, topic-based reading and writing, and writing instruction, again, in and outside. This summer, the summer 2023, we will vet a new phonics program for the K-3, and we will pilot it during the 23-24 school year with the many teachers that we will be asking to be on this committee to vet this phonics program to find what best meets all of our needs. And then we'll have full implementation across the district in 24-25.
The next three slides are going to highlight something that we're very excited about. Our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools has proven to be one of the most beneficial partnerships that we have. That in our partnership with TSL, our Restorative Justice Group. But this actually shows us the growth in our AP enrollment. This slide actually talks about the number of students that we're up. We're seeing AP enrollment up year after year, but we're really excited about the increased numbers we saw. 32% increase for our Black students, 121% increase for our Latinx students, and 30% increase for our multiracial students. And we've been highlighted by EOS, and our superintendent and our group went to the Superintendent's Council where EOS presented the work that we're doing to show us as an exemplar of what you can do when you put your focus and your dedication on help moving students of color into our upper level schools. And this particular slide here is just showing, if you look at the bar graph, this continuing improvement. These are the expected students who will be enrolling in advanced placement for going into the next year. And you can see that we're above the line on each of those. And then the third slide just highlights again some of these gains that we have had. So back to you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. And yes, we were able to take this information with EOS to the Essex County Superintendent's meeting and present to all the superintendents in Essex County the work that we've been doing with EOS. And thank you to our assistant superintendents for leading us through that discussion. We'll now pause for our board president if there are questions on that section.
Board Member Gifford.
I do just want to say thank you for that presentation, but I did feel it left out some of the raw data that we have previously been given and glosses over the fact that a huge number of our students are currently struggling, especially students of color. Black students make up 31% of the student population at CHS, but they have almost 63% of the Fs. Hispanic students make up close to 8% of the student population, but make up almost 11% of the S. White students, on the other hand, make up around 50% of the student population, yet only have 16% of the Fs. It does not get better for students with IEPs. Out of the 329 students with IEPs at CHS, 69% got at least one F. And our students who are already overaged and undercredited, out of the 104, 102 got at least one F. I'm happy to see that we are focusing our efforts of trying to help ninth grade students who had 33% of the Fs, but there's almost no real systematic changes being put in place for the 10th graders who had 32% of the Fs, and our 11th grade students who made up almost 25% of the Fs. Our students with IEPs, our current 10th and 11th graders, and our students who are already failing need the help now. We need alternative setting for our students, and I know this is something that many pushed for years now. We have heard we are working on something. We still don't have anything concrete in place. So let's be honest here. Students who are already failing are not coming in for the summer for help. They're not going to use the SLAM labs or the MAC labs unless they are made to. While we seem to be on the right track with the 9th grade academy, it is really upsetting to see that we don't have that much for the other students. And I did want to say, I heard that for the students that are having a lot of trouble, there is a 9th period, but that period is not mandated. It's optional. And I did want to kind of challenge the administration to think about making that mandated, because I've spoken to some teachers who say, the students, especially the ones that are having a lot of trouble, are just not utilizing this period.
So I didn't catch a question in there, but I acknowledge the numbers that you read off and the concerns that you have. And my response would be that throughout this presentation, we spoke about interventions, and in previous presentations spoke about interventions. And there is no silver bullet, right? There's no magic pill to give a challenge situation. You have to work it. and you have to work with the people who are there every day, our teachers and our assistant principals and our principal who are dedicated to this work, and we support them. So I acknowledge that we're not here to say that we don't have challenges. We're here to show you and demonstrate our planning to work together to address them. And we certainly acknowledge what you shared.
Board Member Wingfield?
I just want to thank the district for the presentation, and it was a lot of information. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that I thought were noteworthy and also, I guess, give me reason for hope. In particular, when we've seen this data replicate itself, year over year, at least in my time on the board. One of the things that I think is really significant is that there is a very intentional approach to braiding interventions. So the idea that there is not a one size fits all, but rather we are layering those interventions so that students have real wraparound supports for whatever their needs may be. The other thing that I thought was really significant is that I see the team looking at the data in a very different way, and that's very encouraging to me, because I think when we look at Fs, we can't think about failure as a monolith. We have to think about failure as incredibly nuanced and incredibly circumstantial based on the unique struggles and the unique needs that our kids are experiencing. And so I think it's a really important step that we look at the data to find out both the frequency of failure, the totality, meaning if kids are failing all of their courses versus failing one or two discrete courses. Because to me, beginning to tease out and separate that data gives us a lot of important information about ways in which we could differentiate our approach and become much more targeted, whether it's an academic gap that needs to be addressed or whether there is a confluence of academic and social emotional issues that need to be addressed in a much more substantial way. I think that's the right move. It's not an easy move, but it allows them to begin to separate and target their approaches. And I am hopeful that with some sustained effort, that next year's data will look different than this year's data. The last thing that I just want to note is something that Dr. Taylor has been very intentional, at least for the last few years, around building an SLT that works collaboratively and in an integrated approach. It was not always evident in my first year on the board. This year has been markedly different. And just in the presentation we saw, the fact that that presentation was not just made by Assistant Superintendent Bodnar, which is the sort of official domain over this particular goal, but rather it was made very intentionally by 3 of our SLT administrators, to me demonstrates the intensive collaborative partnership that the SLT has formed. And to me, the only way we're going to move complex adaptive problems like the one that we've been seeing for year over year is with that kind of intense collaboration. So I wanted to lift that up and note that because it was not, it was not lost on me.
Thank you. I would also want to congratulate the board who supported our grant support for the hub and the loft, that they did receive the full grant amount for the wraparound services to launch next year to speak about, serving the whole child, right? And understanding the complex circumstances. And also want to make sure that we lift up and remember that we're also triangulating this concern with our integration efforts. Next year, your 6th and 7th grade are integrated. Right behind them, your K 1st and 2nd grade will be integrated, which will also help to address, I think, some of the achievement gaps that have been shown historically. Even though we're considered a high-performing school district, we do not shy away from the achievement gaps as being our heaviest and probably most important lift.
Board Member Vadlamani?
I also think what would be very interesting to see would be all the data that Board Member Gifford talked about, to see it longitudinally over years, year-on-year growth. I mean, it may well be true that it is as terrible as he's saying it is, but it may not. When we put it against a y-axis of time, it may be increasing. Like for example, I mean, the AP enrollment data is 1548 students. That's like 3/4 of all high school kids in our high school take an AP class. That's 77%. And I'm assuming it's like 2,000, right? I mean, 1,548 students have taken an AP as out of 2,000. So that's just amazing. I think that is a number that we should be happy to look at. And I'm sure if you kind of plot it against the last couple of years, I mean, it's increasing. So that's always good to look at. So longitudinal data is my request.
So the challenge, and we've had those discussions too. We have a dynamite IT department. Mr. Bonds, don't turn the microphone off on me back there. And student information systems lead. And we're marrying multiple years when there were different methodologies there. And so like I said, there's 18,000 probably grades for this marking period and 18,000 for the previous and 18,000 for the previous. And so looking at instead of just putting up raw data that looks like the phone book, right? We want to give you nuance. And so we're taking that back with the team that Ms. Bodnar referenced, including supervisors and assistant principals and, folks who are on the ground with our teachers, helping kids, guidance counselors, to try to get really easy to understand data. And we, in our recent data committee meeting, I shared with the chair that I've had a couple of meetings with the company that works closely with Power School that I think will be more user-friendly than our data warehouse that can really pop up and do comparisons quickly, not just for the board, but for the teachers who have kids in front of them. And so that's what we're working towards, and we'll have that for the next data committee meeting.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Thank you for this presentation and for giving us the pass-fail data in advance to look at it. I guess I have two questions. One is what professional development, when it comes to phonics instruction, what professional development outside staff developers are we using? Just curious who they are. Also, one of the things that we've said a lot about is, of course, we got to look at the high school and we have to support the students, but also looking at the elementary school level. We're looking at a new math program. Are we seeing that? Is our assumption that there are some gaps in our current math curriculum that is impacting our students as they move up throughout the district, especially our students of color? We've seen the data from STAR assessment that it's not really starting in the high school. Our students, there's a disparity starting in the elementary level. So knowing that, I know we focus a lot on the high school in this presentation, but I'm just curious when it comes to our math and our ELA curriculum, are we looking for a new math program because we're realizing that that is part of the challenge? And I'm happy to hear that you're vetting a new phonics program. Over the past couple of months since I've been on the board, there has been pushback about looking into a new phonics program. So I'd like to know why the change in the past, I don't know, 2 weeks or so, and looking forward to, doesn't have to be at this meeting, but looking forward to hearing how you are putting together this team to evaluate new phonics programs and how that pilot program will look next year. So yeah, I know that was a lot.
Can I frame it back for you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so the first question that I heard was the reason for the new math program. I know Ms. Bodnar gave a few quick reasons, but we're asking for if there's more to add to that. The second question was, who are we using for the current outside phonics PD? The third question was around pushback on changing on addressing phonics. I would say that I don't recall there being pushback. I think they were just prioritizing the math because of the reasons that I'm sure Ms. Bodnar is going to share. And there was a fourth one, I think. I'm sorry.
I'm more so just commenting that we are heavily looking at the data in the high school and talking about intervention in the high school, but
Got it.
I know we also care about the elementary level.
Yes.
It's not exemplified here in this presentation,
Mhm.
but, our community has voiced that, well, we can't just look at high school. What's going on in,
Right.
it did mention in this presentation, like eighth graders that were failing, they get to do this new program in ninth grade. It's like,
Yes.
okay, well, we know those eighth graders were failing. Let's working backwards and
Right.
evaluating what are we doing, what could be fractured earlier on.
Yes.
That could be changed.
Got it. So the reason that this presentation reflects the way it does is because that was the district goal. the district goal was around that was set. And I'm sure that as we enter into that season this summer, what you just mentioned could be a consideration for the board as well. So Ms. Bodnar, did you catch those questions? Are you still on?
I am still on. I
All right.
did catch them. I'll try to make sure I address all of them. So K-5 math for a very long time, we've had the same program for a very long time, and it has become outdated. And we needed to look at it after hearing from many teachers and hearing from many principals throughout the district, and looking at our data. It definitely showed that we needed to build a real strong foundation in mathematics for our kids, because even if when you start to look at our K-5 data and then look further into the upper grades, we're seeing where there are some holes that need to be filled. So when we knew, and also a lot of our professional development money was not necessarily going over the years before I was there, was not going through, was not being sent to mathematics. So we needed to put some attention in math for sure at the K-5 level. And that's what, that's based on data and looking at test scores and looking at and student work. We knew that we had to do that. And then also aligning our curriculum with standards, right? We needed to make sure we're meeting the new standards that have come in since this particular program that we use now, Math in Focus, was adopted by us. So we had to do all of these things. So this was starting back from last year. We've been having these conversations, and that was during budget time to really start to look at our budget and how we can do this work. So that's why we're really looking at the K-5 math. I am going to push back a little bit on the phonics piece. I have never been opposed at all to looking at new phonics programs. I believe that again, like Dr. Taylor said, my focus was definitely at math in the beginning of the year, and now we're starting to expand our looks at things. So the phonics program was not necessarily something that I would say that I was steadfast on, and I wouldn't even consider something else. I've never, in many ways, I've never said that I believe that everything we do is correct. I said that we have many supplemental pieces to build our whole program, and each one of these pieces has to be looked at and addressed every year. So that's why we're looking at our phonics program for next year. And we will be reaching out to all staff to see who would like to be a part of the committee over the summer. And we will also be asking them if they would want to pilot this. And we would have them become experts in this because they'll be doing it for a year. And then they can support and do professional development with our teachers that following year. And they can be a real support system for the teachers in the buildings. The professional development phonics that we had, we are in our time right now that we are planning professional development. We have no contracts created yet. We have not signed anything yet to say that we're working with anyone. We are now vetting it. This is the time that we do that. We start planning for next year. And I don't know if there was another question.
I think she got them all. She got them all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam President, are we ready to move forward?
I just have one. So to date, the district has only spent about 46% of our allocated COVID funds, which is a much slower pace of spending than many of our neighboring districts at around 70 to 80%. So we currently have a balance of about 3.57 million in unspent COVID funds, which we have to use by September of 2024. Otherwise, we lose this money. So I have a lot of questions in here, but it's all on the same topic. So how does the district intend to utilize these funds to support the educational needs of our students? I understand that some of these funds will go towards summer school this year, but I can't imagine that that cost is going to make a significant dent in the unspent fund balance. And if we don't use the COVID funds, as I said, we will lose them. And we unfortunately lost $72,000 in 2022 because we hadn't spent the funds by its expiration date. And I guess, my focus is, and what I'd love to learn from the district is there a plan in place to use these funds to support kids while we have them in the building during the 2023-2024 school year? And how, as a board, can we feel confident that the remaining $3.57 million will be spent within the next year? Because over a 3-year period, we've spent less than that. And how can we feel confident that the source of this funding will be our students? So anything you can provide around that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure, I'll lead in, Ms. Bodnar. And I know that we've shared the answer to a few of those questions in committee, and you shared some of it, that the focus of our immediate plans for spending is summer, and it's not summer school, it's all of our summer programming. We have a very robust summer program that we shared the redesign of when we were in the thralls of COVID. Far beyond just a simple summer school, the enrichment and the expansion of the support of students. You heard Ms. Bodnar in her presentation speak about the tutorial expenditure that we're looking to go out to bid for, which is a very significant piece as well. And Ms. Bodnar, you can take it from there.
Yes, so summer school, actually, the grant will pay for 2 more years of summer school. And I think correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, and I might have to look, but I believe the cost of summer school just for personnel with the over 140 classes that we offer is $500,000. So right there for 2 summers, just for personnel, we're looking at close to $1 million. We are using some of this money towards our supplies and professional development for our new math program. We will also be using this for our phonics professional development. We have, like Dr. Tyler said, there are tutoring services that is going to cost a significant amount of money. Those are the things that come to mind right off the top of my head. There are plenty of other things that we have planned. It will be helping to fund our freshman academy. It will be funding our social emotional programs that we are putting in place. It will be supporting our anti-bias, anti-racist professional development. It will be supplying our restorative practices professional development. It will be looking at our special education comp ed services. It will be looking at giving some occupational therapy professional development to our kindergarten and 1st and 2nd grade teachers, as we have heard that some of the areas as OT that we're seeing our students are struggling in. It will help us to develop any other programs that we believe we need to put in place at any of the levels, any intervention programs. It will allow us to make kits for intervention supplies for the building, so that when an intervention or an INRS action plan is created, the assistant principals can hand over supplies to the teachers to use if need be. And it just goes on and on. I can definitely give you a more comprehensive list of things that we are doing, but off of the top of my head, those are the things that we have planned for next year and the year after that.
And I know that Ms. Bodnar is humble, but she's one of our lead, if not the lead grant writer that helps us to get funds that we can expend on such worthwhile projects for our kids and families and school districts. And as we shared before, when we start our summer programming, we're going to have a running record of those expenditures as they come off the total for the monthly FFT meeting.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Burnside. You had given us an overview of expenditures, and based on what was given to us, what month that was, in March, after the summer, we'll have a balance of $1 million that will expire in September. So I think we just need to, no, this September. There are some that are 2024, but there are some that he gave us that is 2023. So I think we just need to be aware, and it's something that we'll put on. We didn't get a chance to talk about COVID expenses or ESSER funds last FFT, but I know originally we were told August would be when we would get an itemization, but I think we should actually evaluate it a little bit earlier, because based on what we have, we'll have a balance of $1 million that needs to be spent by September 2023. So we could discuss that next meeting and just make sure, I mean, look, maybe that's padding, like in case there's overages, I don't know. But anyway, just something that we're trying to be mindful of, because we don't want to lose any more money.
Sure, and I think that one thing that we have to also know is that the procurement of the funds, and it's always a part of that month's billing report that you're getting. So the August timeline was important because the billing will hit at that time, but we'll take it offline and talk with the committee. We have no problem sharing information. Are there any more questions on district goal number 2?
Seeing none, we'll go to number 3.
I promise this one will be 10 minutes. I promise. So SEL, of course, when the district goals were made at the end of last summer, and for those who, we're talking like acronyms here, social emotional learning, I'm sure everyone is familiar with, was seen as a very high priority, still coming from the impact of the pandemic. So we're going to have Dr. Gilbert walk us through some of our work around SEL, skipping through our action plans.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Again, as we did before, my colleagues are going to help us. So Susie, go ahead if you won't mind.
Yes, sure. So our professional development, of course, also included professional development for teachers related to social emotional learning. And these are just a few of the different workshops and professional development opportunities that we've offered so far this year in that area. So I won't read them all, but they're there for you, of course, to review and take a look at. In addition to that, we've been doing work this year. Oh, go back one. Sorry. In addition, this year we did work on our suicide screening tool. In the previous school year, we selected a suicide screening tool and did training on that with everyone that would be involved in that. This year, we've been working hard on a standard operating procedure that kind of rounds out all of the different steps that would go with this, developing related forms and so on and so forth. It's been through a number of different revisions. It's been through a number of different legal reviews. It is in and wrapping up its final legal review. I think it's been back through several reviews along the way. So now we are looking at finalizing this document and having this ready for implementation in the upcoming school year. And that procedure will be ready for training and implementation at that time.
So some of the other areas that we worked on this year, the 3 assistant superintendents sent out a first 2 weeks of school letter to our staff. And it really focused in on building relationships and the expectation that, our students and would build relationships with one another and that with our teachers and students together. So it was a real focus for the beginning of the school year that everyone would really stop and focus in on this. We had Challenge Day for all 3 of our secondary schools, and all of our schools in the district participated in Respect Week in October with different activities and events.
And just to reiterate, for our first couple of weeks of school, we had plans that we wanted to make sure that folks didn't feel, meaning our staff members, the academic pressure that can sometimes, impact the beginning of the school year. We knew that this was a very significant restart. And as we visited classrooms throughout those first couple of weeks, we were thrilled to see that our teachers and our principals and APs and supervisors and guidance counselors were all bringing that vision to fruition. And again, for those who don't know Challenge Day, this is our second year implementation of Challenge Day in our schools. And it's a social emotional day for selected students using an outsourced group who specializes in this. And if you want to see some highlights of it, you can go to challengeday.org. It's a super emotional time, and by all reports, was really impactful for both staff and students who participated. We'll move on now.
And so a big part of this goal really looks at our school culture and climate. And so as part of this goal, all of our schools completed culture and climate plans that will be made available to you as the artifacts. And part of that work included myself going and doing periodic culture and climate visits to the schools and meeting with administrative teams throughout the year. And we're actually going through the Director of Access and Equity, and I are going now through the final rounds of those, of meeting with schools, talking them through what their plans were, and thinking about the next year and how they're going to go about their goal setting. Our Director of Human Resource and worked with Keith Bonds to really put together some great analysis of our exit interview data that we're getting from staff who are leaving, which can inform us on what buildings, cultures, and climates look like. And we're going to be doing more data with our Department of Human Resources to kind of help us see what are some of the areas and things we can do to make sure we're building not only student emotional well-being, but also our adult well-being. And our Director of Access and Equity, who has been a gift to us in this district, with her knowledge around HIB and anti-bullying work, is becoming a primary support to our anti-bullying specialists, giving them the kind of support they need. And she's going to also be working with our school culture and climate teams that's going to kind of help us shift and build an infrastructure of success. Next slide, please. One of the big things that we're doing this year is that we know that there's been a culture of restorative justice here in this school district, and we actually want to reframe what people's ideals around restorative justice are. We want to shift from right now where people feel like it's like an alternative to discipline. Anytime you talk about restorative justice, people want to say, well, that's what we're doing instead of suspending, when actually restorative justice is a school culture and climate building thing. And so we're working with our school leaders. We're going to be working with our teachers to help shift our frame of mind away from a punitive approach with restorative justice and moving it more to a proactive approach. And so we want to focus on building communities. We want to focus on building healthy relationships. We want to focus on creating those just and equitable learning environments. And at the same time, when you do that, you can actually repair the harm and transform the conflict you're looking for. That started with us going through a book study on the Little Book of Restorative Justice and Education. We don't actually have the time, but if you link onto that, board members, you can actually see the presentations that we're using with our board members, that actually with our leaders, that actually show. Oh, we're going to go ahead and do that. Very good. All right. If you, since you're there, if you could go to slide number 6, I think that'll be the one that we can highlight for people to see when we're talking about this. 7. Go to 7. The next slide, please. There you go. This Venn diagram actually shows you the things that I'm talking about when we talk about what a restorative justice culture looks like, right? In the middle, it talks about people being worthy and looking at the relational aspects that we have. We're grounded in respect, dignity, and mutual concern. And those 3 things that I talked about, building nurturing healthy relationships, creating just and equitable learning environments, and repairing harm and transform conflict are there. All the work that we do around our school cultures and climate fit within this Venn diagram. And this is how we're going to build a restorative justice culture. This is how we're going to transform our schools. This is how we're going to do the things that I hear the board telling us to do, build those academic things to success, move these students in the direction that we want them to go to. It starts right here with this kind of framework and foundation that we're going to be putting in our schools. Next slide, please.
You're testing my IT skills. Give me 1 second to go back up.
I understand.
It's coming. All right. Let's see. Are we here?
Yeah, and go to the next slide. Right. Yes, sir. Part of the other work that we've done here, right? So we have been continually to closely monitor our suspension trends and looking at the possible inequities that we have through our suspension. Part of the work, as you know, the suspension moratorium was lifted. However, one piece of that puzzle that remained was that before principals suspend, they have to come to me, and we talk through things like, what's going to be your reentry plan for this student when they get in? What are some of the current restorative approaches that you're using and you're going to be doing with that student? At the same time, we're gathering this data and we're looking at the numbers and we're seeing what those numbers look like. And we're going to be working with our schools on that. We had a meeting with the Columbia High School administration where we looked at their suspension data, and we're actually not just looking at the data numbers, but we're looking at the kids who are being suspended, and we're getting inside of who they are, what they're doing, and then possibly before the end of the school year, we're going to be bringing some of those kids together as a focus group to talk to them about what is happening. We're also going to bring some of our students who have attendance issues, bringing them together and having conversations to them so we can get to what is actually going on, so we can start making those significant changes that I hear everyone asking us to talk about. The social emotional learning and adult well-being, I think this is important. I think this is something that this goal really lifts up. So our directors of access and equity and our directors of curriculum and instruction, they led a work group inside of our district who put, and they looked at several frameworks, and they just made a recommendation to us on a framework, not a program, right, but a framework. What's going to be the basis when we, just like I just showed you, that kind of framework around restorative justice? What is that framework we're going to use about social emotional learning, which fits into that Venn diagram that I just showed you around healthy relationships? And if Dr. Taylor, if you want to spend some time and click on that little button for us, this will actually go into the presentation that was done by our directors. And if you want to go to the slide 15 or 16, I think this is a good place where we can really highlight some of the work. The next slide. Well, this is an important slide too, because it showed you who the team members were, but these were the list of the frameworks that the team evaluated. When you go into this, you can actually click there and see the website links. We also have in this presentation for you what the grade appropriate levels for this was, and what the score. They use a rubric scoring tool to kind of analyze and show where the team looked at. And it was a very diverse team. If you go back to that last slide, Dr. Taylor, where you listed the team members, here are the team members who worked on that. Director Wable, Director Carrera, Ms. Horn from Marshall Elementary, Mr. Rivera from Delia Bolden, Mr. King from Maplewood Middle School, Ms. Morrison from Columbia High School, and we even put a couple of our ABSs and social workers on there, Mr. Blackwell and Mr. Tapia Vargas. They all worked to put this together. And if you go to slide 17 or 18, the next one, I think, there we go. This is the one that was recommended, and this is the group that we're going to. Everyone's familiar with the CASEL framework. This is the framework that's going to ground us. What this basically means is these are the things that we're going to want to work with our teachers and talk about when we're looking at what are the social emotional skills we want to look at. These are the framework pieces. So if a group wants to come in and do professional development, their professional development is going to have to be grounded in CASEL so that we're all on the same page when we do this work. And finally, the next slide after this one, I think I messed up our 10-minute time limit. Oh, we're good. Sorry, Dr. Taylor. I believe that's it. So I do want to put emphasis on that. We are working. So Ms. Wable, Ms. Carrera, and Mr. Adedoyan are working on an adult well-being plan, and we're going to roll out some really good things that's actually going to look at our adult well-being. We can't have student well-being without adult well-being, and that's all part of what we're doing. That concludes this section, Dr. Taylor.
Did you make superintendent well-being? No, I'm just joking. Thank you very much. Board member well-being, right? Yep. So to our board president, are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert. Any questions? Board member Gifford.
I just wanted to say, Dr. Gilbert, that the initiative and enthusiasm really came through, and I just really appreciate the nuanced approach here, and it instills a lot of confidence. So really appreciate that. It was kind of like a mic drop there too. That was great.
Real passion behind this work.
I would also like to commend them for the research. This is something that one of the goals that I worked hard on, and know the benefits of SEL when done correctly and implemented throughout all of the buildings consistently. And I just want to, and I think it's there, but I just want to make sure that we're making it that the CASEL framework, I guess, which is the one that personally I'm happy you guys chose, because that's the one that I think is probably the best. But is this going to be implemented at all schools equally throughout the district?
Universal. Yep.
Universal. Good.
Universal, yep.
Okay. Because
Yep.
I know in the past we had some issues with, like, some schools were doing one thing and other schools were doing another thing. I want to just make sure that we are doing that. And I appreciate the hard work, and I'm really impressed because I don't think that working group that presentation that you just put up, I didn't see that until just now. So I really impressed with the work that went into making these choices, and that there were people on there. My only little thing moving forward is to try to get some teachers involved in some of these discussions. That was the only thing when I looked up there that I saw that I was missing was it seems to be a common thread that we keep missing, bringing in the teachers to these working groups in other places, and they're the ones who are going to have to implement it, and having their buy-in and their input is really important, because without them in they're in the discussion to begin with, it makes it harder for these things to really happen, and especially SEL, which can greatly change and impact students in all grade levels, is something that I really wish that we had seen all of them a part of. But I appreciate the hard work, and I thank you.
Yeah, and we're not done yet, right? You know, we're still working through this, and part of what you'll see, those links are part of the artifacts that are part of the evidence that's put forward at that time. And I'm sure that Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Correa and Ms. Wabel all noted the concerns and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for the presentation. It's clear under your leadership that the district has made an enormous amount of progress in an area that we've been talking a lot about as a board over the last few years. I'm really excited by what you shared about the intention and the process to actually interview students who are really making up and showing up in the suspension data that is concerning and has gone up. You know, this reflects a body of research called the empathy interview process that I think should become more widespread in general around data points that are persistent and nefarious, including our academic failure data. And I'm hoping that when you have a chance to work through those interviews, that we can benefit from that by, hearing a presentation from you around some of the patterns and trends and what you've learned from speaking to the young people. Thanks.
Thank you, board members. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we will move to the last district goal.
I just want to make it noted that I am recused from this one, so I will not be participating in the discussion related to it.
Thank you. And so again, we won't go through the action plans. We've shared those previously and also updated them. And just sharing again, and Dr. Gilbert will be jumping in here with me a little bit as well. Just so that everyone again leaves with the same information. Rising kindergartners, first graders and second graders, rising sixth and seventh graders, they have received their placement letters connected to intentional integration. More than 2,500 students next year in our district would be placed by intentional integration. We've made improvements to the sibling preference placement process using multiple sibling data sources. We had less than 10 sibling placement corrections across the placements for this year. And, we try to use many data sources to, including, of course, asking parents, when parents register, there's an ask in that process for if you have siblings, but there are still times when that is skipped in that process that I'm sure is arduous for our parents. So we're very proud that we're getting better and better at this. We launched our integration stakeholder survey. It was developed and launched in January. We did do a BOE presentation and shared the response rate for both our students and our families. And the feedback from our board was utilized, and we are sending out an updated version of that survey on the 31st of March. And we also have presented the year two III presentation, as well as the survey results from January to the board and the public. Dr. Gilbert, you could take this piece.
So some important details to be made with the survey drops on May 31st is that we did remove the public, the questions will be the same. So one reason they're going to be the same is so we can do a comparison analysis of what the results were in February versus what we get in the one that we drop in May. But one of the things we did do, we took out the neutral response, and we hope we can help not only increase, of some more thoughtful responses, but also help us see where the areas of growth and things that we need to do. But some other things that we're doing to try to increase our parental response rate is, one, we're going to leave this survey open to the end of school, so June to the end to June 26th, to kind of give opportunities for a long opportunities for our families to participate. The next couple of board meetings, we're going to have laptops here at the board office for families who want to come to the board office and complete the survey. So we'll be here. You can come to the board office during the board meeting. I think June 5th is one that's coming up, and June 22nd. We will be here. We, being me and Ms. Wable, our Director of Access and Equity, will be here to help families get through and do that survey. We're also going to be working with our middle school principals, Ms. Irby and Ms. Grinnell. One of the things we heard about the student survey was that some of the language was maybe had not have been student or age appropriate. So we're actually going to put together an administration guide for our teachers when they do the survey this time, where we're going to have common language that they can use, alternative questions they can use when students have issues with some of the language to try to help them. But the biggest thing that we're doing differently is we move that survey away from PowerSchool, and it's going to be a Google survey. But to help us maximize the opportunity and security of it, we're going to ask that parents put their student ID number on the survey. And we will be we're sending out customized letters to all of our families who are doing the survey that has the student identification number for all of their children who are part of the III algorithm. So all they have to do is get that letter, click on the link to go into the survey, look on that letter and get that ID number and put it in. And then that's going to help us make sure we protect the validity of our survey.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. And that's just a real key for us, that this data is going to be used for decision making. So we have to ensure the validity of it and the protection of it. Just to talk a little bit about the Marshall-Bolden unpairing. Next year's unpairing is completed. We presented on that as well. We have already placed the 140 or so students for next year in that process. A parent survey was utilized. We wanted to see if parents had a preference between those two schools. This was a unique piece for us, obviously, because these are, schools that have a unique relationship. So unpairing them, we received from the parents information that was the opposite of what the vast majority of parents had shared in our integration town halls. For example, there are parents in the Marshall-Bolden survey who did not want their siblings together. There were parents in the Marshall-Bolden survey who wanted their student moved from their current school. And that was the opposite of what the majority of respondents had shared in previous engagements. So that was a great learning for us. And so the rising third graders, they received their placement letters for next year. We did receive 5 parental appeals and gave those thoughtful reviews and responded to them. The exciting piece here that we're looking at, we will be using the third grade as a leverage point for the next 2 years, for the next 2 years after next year, 24, 25, and 25, 26. So that third grade leverage group, it becomes more complex because the third graders in 24, 25, and 25, 26 were already placed by the intentional integration algorithm. So there's some questions there on how you divide them between Marshall and Bolden. So we are running right now a beta test with the ALVS group who supports our integration work to see what would have happened with next year's third graders if we had simply used our algorithm and compare that output to see if there's a significant difference there. And that will help to inform our planning for 24, 25, and 25, 26. Additionally, we've had a meeting with the PTA from Marshall to talk about this and to help to ease folks' minds around the future design of the unpairing. And so again, part of our intentional integration was also part of this goal relating to intentional integration spoke about developing a transportation piece that would support our integration work. And I won't read through everything. We've had intense meetings about this topic. I'll just highlight a few things that we did run a parallel process where policy mileage considerations were running right along the side of the Board of School Estimates proposal and the second question within our annual budget, and also the hazardous routes update, all these pieces riding in the same direction so that they can work off of one another. You see the timing there of the recent work that we've been doing, and that we brought in a third-party engineer to support both the emergent relief hazardous route reviews and the district-wide analysis. The Board of School Estimate presentation, I'm sure many took part in that. It was in March. And then the final one was recently in May. And of course, our FFT committee is continuing to discuss this and sending questions back and forth to fine tune the policy connected to this work. And again, future considerations. One thing that we've spoken about in different committees were recommendations from our consultant who supports our work and who does this work all around the country. And one piece was around the consideration of wait lists. And there's a lot of conversation around what that means and what that looks like, and setting expectations for wait lists that might not come to fruition within SCS guidelines and scopes. So we're still having those conversations, and really specifically, part of our methodology are the hold seats that we put in place for special services and English language learners who come throughout our school year, and their appropriate placement, least restrictive environment is of course of the highest priority. And now we're at next steps, so I will pause to see if there are questions about the presentation on intentional integration, district goal number 4.
Dr. Telesford?
With regard to the SES waitlist, are there any, what are the usual numbers that are, reserved for special services in English language learners? And if we were to have a wait list, would that have an impact on any, kids being classified or students moving around?
So the special services and ELL placements, those holds are customized every year based on those departments reviewing students who they think are in the pipeline. And a wait list would not impact that. Some of the fine tuning, if the board was to consider a wait list methodology, would be the timing of it, right? If I'm on a wait list, when would I expect to be considered to come off of it? That's a real key point. Would it be a mid-year shift? Would it be a 3/4 year shift leading into the next year? I can tell you from my personal experience in our school district, I've discussed with very, I won't say angry, with some upset parents who were on wait lists at number 1 for multiple school years and didn't move off those lists. And so just trying to help set those expectations that our classrooms are very efficiently managed, so there's not a lot of space that opens up in them. But the consideration of an SES wait list with parameters around when it happens, I think our consultant recommends that it could be a good addition based on other districts that do this type of work.
Board Member Fadlamani?
You mentioned that there was some beta testing done for current and future cohorts. I mean, is there any thought to maybe running a beta test to see what would happen if the Bolden students who are around Bolden, who never participated, when it was closed, when there was no 3rd grade, and throw them into the algorithm today, and how many of them would actually be picked as at school? So obviously, the end result being all the kids who are going to different schools and not Bolden can now go there, and that's, they can walk to school, right?
Yes, we did have those conversations, and the challenge there is less of the integration or social economic status and all that stuff. It's really the budgeting and the year-over-year staffing of schools. If you're pulling students from different schools to come to another school, what's the landing spot for them? How's their space there? And if they're moving in pretty significant numbers, then you're lowering the class sizes and the schools that they're leaving from. So how do you manage that? Are you consolidating classes and moving teachers now to a different school? And so I think that was more so the concern, not necessarily that it would that we couldn't design something that would maintain equity. It's more so the unintended consequences rippling when you do that kind of work and shift.
Board Member Eckert.
Thanks, Varun. I was going to ask a very similar question, but just as a follow-up to that, even prior to even going into a beta testing, you talked about a parental survey with the initial unpairing. Again, it's all anecdotal, but you could also make some assumptions that at this point, the Bolden area families, however many that may be, may not necessarily want to. So we could be talking about 6, I don't know, 20, I don't know what that number is, but so maybe preemptively surveying to see what the appetite is, and then, based on that, moving forward. That was just a thought that I had.
Sure, that could be a consideration, right? So on the top of our parental survey, I shared it with the board. It said, of course, your preference does not dictate your placement.
Right.
We made it very bold and very large and everything. And there were still some folks who appealed, right? And that's natural, and we were able to give thoughtful reviews of those. I wonder, it makes me wonder if I send out a survey to those who we assume would have been at Bolden, you're just thinking about the reverse engineering of that, right? Because at the time when integration first began, the year before, 25% of kids were already not in their zone, right? So I'm going to look at the kids who were living in a zone, or am I just rerunning all the students who are now rising second graders to see if there was space at Bolden at that time, would they have been placed? I think that there's a lot of ifs in there, but I'm happy to engage the ALS group and get their thoughts on it.
It's fair. It's a lot of nuance. I mean, there's a lot of nuance in all
Yeah.
of that, but just something I
Sure.
just wanted to bring up. And the second question I had, I know you didn't go through it all, but one of the major activities was a public forum to share the ALVS report findings from family survey and educator focus groups with a timeline of May 2023. So I know we've gone through the ALVS report. We've gone through the surveying. I don't know that we've touched on the educator focus groups as much. So is this something that you ended up splitting up, or is that
Yes.
coming?
Yes, so a couple of things are still coming.
Okay.
The one thing that Dr. Gilbert didn't share about our work around climate and culture is that we have a separate climate and culture survey that is for all 3 stakeholder groups, right? And so we're pacing the timing of all these to not have survey fatigue from all of our stakeholder groups. And so the conversation that we had previously was that to take a deep dive into the survey results during the summer, because that just gives more space for us to have that conversation without having the Rutgers initiative that we have the climate and culture survey with. It drove our climate and culture plans. And so we'll be able to compare that year over year and present that as well. So there's just a lot of survey presentation, and there's also stakeholder groups that are occurring with Dr. Fergus as well. So and he has a QR code with surveys too. So there's lots of surveys happening. So we're just trying to be thoughtful about that.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I think that closes out.
I got one more slide. I promise.
got
One more
okay,
slide.
bye.
Just sharing what happens next. So we go to the New Jersey School Board Association's website. I go into the platform. I update all the artifacts and evidence. Then the board gets notified that it's done, and the board has access to all that information. And then we hold a meeting where they share their results with me. That's all. Thank you.
And thank you for that Great presentation on all the goals. We really appreciate it. Okay, so wish we had some coffee right about now, but all right. We are now moving on to the business administrator update. Oh, you don't have anything for us? Okay.
It was folded into the district.
Okay,
goals.
all right.
Yep.
Thank you. So now I will be doing the board president update. So as the president of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education, I believe it is my responsibility to be responsive to the community's questions and concerns after the May 11th meeting and all board meetings. Unfortunately, the May 11th board meeting became a source of panic and stress for our community, and for that, I'm deeply regretful. I'm working alongside administration to improve the renewal process moving forward to avoid similar outcomes in the future. To that end, I requested a meeting with the superintendent this week to discuss key learnings and to strategize on potential calendar adjustments to the process for next year. We were in agreement that the renewal process timeline should shift to account for different due diligence procedures that were followed this year. To avoid potential issues in the future, the superintendent and I put together a proposed calendar that would kick off the renewal process as early as the March public board meeting instead of the historical start date of mid to late April. The proposed calendar would include board member training on the process and would account for a separately held special meeting where no action would be taken at least 1 week before the renewal non-renewal meeting. This meeting would bring the board together as a body to discuss personnel matters together well in advance of any action being taken. There were other key learnings discussed and tweaks made to the timeline, which will be presented to my board colleagues for additional feedback. Having this process documented will better support the future work of the board and will be included in every new board member's onboarding packet. On another topic, I have heard in the community a concern that employees might be able to leave the district, resign, or be terminated under troubling circumstances, and that prospective employers would have no knowledge of any issues that might have spurred the employee separation. I have consulted with the board's legal counsel and can say that under NJSA 18A 677A3AB, any prospective employer is required to obtain a written statement from the past employer as to whether the applicant, A, has been the subject of any child abuse or sexual misconduct investigation by any employer, state licensing agency, law enforcement agency, or the Department of Children and Families, unless the investigation resulted in a finding that the allegations were false or the alleged incident of child abuse or sexual misconduct was not substantiated. Or B, has ever been disciplined, discharged, non-renewed, asked to resign from employment, resigned from, or otherwise separated from any employment while allegations of child abuse or sexual misconduct were pending or under investigation, or due to an adjudication of or finding of child abuse or sexual misconduct. Our HR department and those of other districts take compliance with this law seriously. We have and will continue to comply with our legal obligations. Additionally, some board members have also requested that we review board policies related to staff misconduct to evaluate if additional measures are needed in these policies as well. Finally, I would like to update the community on policy 2270, religion in the schools. The board and administration recognize that between first read and second read of policy 2270, religion in the schools, the Department of Education released updated guidance from the Biden administration on May 15th around constitutionally protected prayer and religious expression in public elementary and secondary schools. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and remove Resolution 4465K. The effect of this motion would be to remove Policy 2270 from the agenda, and it will not be approved tonight. The committee then can review the USDOE guidance that was issued between meetings and determine whether to bring the policy back for second read or, if revised, for a first reading at a later meeting. Please note that any future board revisions will follow the U.S. Department of Education's guidance and our anti-discrimination policies to establish a lawful separation of religion and public education. The board will continue to ensure there is no religious coercion or discrimination, and the update of this policy will not do anything to undermine those efforts. The board is mindful to move forward cautiously so that safeguards against religious coercion or discrimination remain intact. May I have a motion to, so with that, I'm to amend the agenda to remove Resolution 4465K, which would be the approval of policy 2270, Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Can I do all in favor? I have to ask for a roll call vote for that. Okay.
You can do all in favor.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you so much. We officially have support to remove this policy from the action portion of the meeting. And so that concludes the board president update. So please bear with me. I have to read through the board president's statement now. So the school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. And if the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual, let's see. I think each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, so please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So with that, we'll get started with Alan Guy. Pardon.
I have a question about public speaks. I mean, I don't know if we should bring it up in new business or now. Is there no way to move public speaks right up front? I mean, we've been talking for 2 hours, which the public really has no interest in. I mean, well, they should be interested. I'm not saying they shouldn't have interest in, but they don't have interest in it today. So can we not have had public speaks as soon as we get back from the exec session? So we're done with public speaks and then we do our business.
Yeah, I actually asked this question this last week to Patrick.
Right. So you have a policy that sets forth your order of business. So that's why your agenda looks like this every meeting, because it's by board policy. If you want to adjust how the order of business is to occur, it's by motion, second, and a vote.
So now that we have a new board policy creation process, it should be easy to do, right? Okay.
Great. Okay, Alan? 4465K, which is policy 2270. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alan Guy. I'm a parent of a student at Marshall. I'm a husband and a father in an interfaith and interracial family, and I'm an attorney of about 15 years in practice. And when I read the policy, which I commend you for taking back for another look, it's a couple things struck me. One of which is I don't understand what most of those words mean. And respectfully, I think I'm someone who should understand what most of those words mean. And I think that means a couple things for the students and teachers and staff in the school. First of all, the one thing the policy does make clear is that if you become involved in enforcing discipline or otherwise get involved with what someone else considers their religious expression, you really do so at peril for your career and your employment. I grew up in a community that espoused the kind of openness that this policy appears to support, but the reality was that the most privileged and most disruptive voices were the ones that dominated most conversations, because teachers didn't understand what they could do to intervene when somebody's expressions regarding their religion began to have a negative impact on instruction, made other students feel threatened. And so what that meant is if you were straight and white and Christian, you could pretty much say whatever you wanted. And if you weren't straight and you weren't right and you weren't Christian, you got the feeling that the teachers, the administration, the other students either couldn't help you or wouldn't help you. And as a result, you felt less valuable in that community. I don't think that's consistent with the values of this community. I think our old policy says pretty clearly what we do value, which is protecting the rights of everyone.
Like Nicole Dufault, that were there for years, and everyone knew it because students knew it, so teachers had to know it, administration had to know it. Everything that I said here is truth. It is not a lie. And you all have to recognize that and do something better about that. Secondly, I asked for you all to communicate to the community what training is available and/or mandatory for teachers who have students with IEPs in their classroom. Dr. Teller told me that these classrooms are actually amongst the most monitored and regulated classrooms that exist. How so if Dalen Wilkins can walk from his classroom in the basement, because students with special needs are kept in the basement, how can he walk from the basement up to another floor to another teacher's room and knock on the door? How come the police department did not find out about what happened to Dalen until his family got there? How come most of you didn't find out until it got into the public? It is not the most looked at classrooms. It is not. Thirdly, I said a district employee stated on the May 11, 2023 board meeting that there's a lack of support for teachers who teach students with special needs. There's a clear indication of the lack of accessibility to support these teachers and to give them the tools that they need for these special education classes. What plan will you use to address this? I was told that one comment from one employee is not necessarily representative of the entire department. How? If one teacher feels like they do not have the support, that means that there's more than one student that is not being supported, meaning that the whole entire department needs to be adjusted, means that it needs to be looked at. One teacher speaks volumes for a department when we are talking about kids who cannot speak for themselves. You cannot tell me that one teacher does not speak for a whole department. They do, because they speak for more than one child. So it does matter. And lastly, I asked about what you all would do after learning about Dalen Wilkins and what happened in the classroom, and that is something that you cannot comment on, and that is ableism. As people who can talk, as people who can say something that choose not to for people who cannot, that is called ableism. You all can speak. You all can do something. Do not sit here and say nothing. You sent me 6 policies and none of them are on the agenda for tonight. Why? Why is that not a policy that you all are looking at? You sent me 6 of them and you actually told me to go find them myself while Nubia sent it to me. Look at these policies, do something about it. You are not doing enough. You say you are doing enough and I'm telling you you're not. So please do more.
Thank you, Felicia. Chris Duran.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Duran. I'm also a Maplewood resident, graduate of Columbia High School in 2015. I first off would like to thank the suggestion of moving public speak up in the meeting, considering that on the paper that we all sign up for, it says that there will be time at the beginning of the meeting for public speak. And also just considering the fact that on a Thursday night, you can see most of the public here has left because they have work in the morning, they have children. On the subject of policies, including ones that were discussed tonight, on behalf of the Wilkins family, we would like to remind the board and the superintendent of some of the policies that were not discussed tonight that pertain directly to the systemic issues happening in the district, as well as in the case of Dalen Wilkins. Policy 3281 regarding inappropriate staff conduct states that in support of this board's strong commitment to the public's trust and confidence of school staff, the Board of Education holds all school staff to the highest level of professional responsibility in their conduct with all students. Inappropriate conduct and conduct unbecoming of a school staff member will not be tolerated in the school district. So if inappropriate conduct is not tolerated, how are the teachers who were present in the classroom still in the classroom? Each teacher and adult who was in the room for the assault are mandated to report the assault and did not report the assault. So again, how is the district strongly committed to trust or transparency when you have irresponsible staff still present in the building, maintaining a present danger to children under the age of 5? Another policy is 3159, teaching staff members / school district reporting responsibilities, which states that the superintendent shall notify the New Jersey State Board of Examiners when 1, tenured teaching staff members who are accused of criminal offenses or unbecoming conduct resign or retire from their positions. And 2, non-tenured staff members, including substitute teachers who are accused of criminal offenses or unbecoming conduct, resign, retire, or are removed from their positions. Again, all 5 teachers in the classroom should be reported to the New Jersey State Board of Examiners. Watching assault happen to a child, a 4-year-old child who is not able to represent himself, and not reporting it is a clear act of misconduct and, very much a criminal offense. Between March 27th and March 29th, anything could have happened to the health of Dalen, and his family would not have been aware of the assault that took place, even though he was exhibiting clear signs of the assault in that time. Another policy is 3280, which is liability for student welfare, which states that each teaching staff member shall maintain a standard of care for supervision, control, and protection of students commensurate with the members' assigned duties and responsibilities. It also states that a teaching staff member shall report immediately to the building principal any accident or safety hazard that the member detects. Again, all teachers and adults who watched the assault on the 27th went home without reporting the incident. There was no immediate support from any staff member in the classroom. So again, what is the response or action for these teachers when this is the case? If they're silent for 48 hours, is there not some mechanism, that is actively silencing them, that is actively keeping them from speaking? If they're afraid of losing their jobs, why are they afraid of losing their jobs or interfering with an investigation? It is the law, it is the policy of the district for these things to be dealt with, and it simply wasn't. And again, thank you for, the suggestion that public speak be moved up. but I also speak for many members of the community in saying that if it is not moved up, it will happen at the beginning of the next meeting, whether the board votes on that or not. This is a meeting in front of the public, but again, if the direct responsibility of anyone who works in this district is to serve the people of this community, you will be responsive to the community. And again, more effort has to be made in order, for that to be pushed on your behalf. And so, thank you.
Thank you so much. Anne Marie Maney.
Thank you. I'm Anne Marie Manning from South Orange. As many board members have already mentioned, the primary responsibilities of local New Jersey school boards is policy. Policy is the board's primary communication tool to reflect the community's values and aspirations, influencing how our children, families, and staff are valued in our school organization. Local boards are required to have policies that clearly and fully explain what state and federal laws apply to all aspects of the district functioning and clarify what that means in the local context. It also avoids ambiguity and confusion. In the past, unclear policy has led to us being known by Dr. Ramos and Dr. Ficara as a district of exceptions and disparity, where each principal or building leader had a different interpretation of the policy. Yes, Strauss-Esme has a majority of 515 districts. They're a very small company. They are for-profit, and they can't even be bothered to use gender-neutral language in their policy releases. We had Dr. Taylor send a letter multiple times. We had Dr. Ramos send a letter. So hopefully your meeting with them will at least get them to do that. So Strauss-Esme did not have a policy on access and equity. Strauss-Esme did not have a 504 compliance policy. Strauss-Esme did not offer any options to include an imbalance of power in the HIB policy. Prior boards added know your rights training for our students well before it was included in mandates. This was done to ensure our children knew their rights when interacting with police, again, as the sensible thing to do and not wait for Strauss-Esme's bare minimum approach. The corporal punishment policy that's up today is recommending that you return to protecting the rights of staff who do harm to children by detailing when corporal punishment can be used instead of the prior board's work of highlighting what staff behaviors would lead to discipline and dismissal and restricting the excuse of I feared for my safety. Strauss-Esme has failed to incorporate the June 2021 New Jersey transgender student guidance in both the medical records policy up tonight and the HIB policy that you passed last month. These guidelines are intended to protect the privacy rights of students, and by failing to include these guidelines in your policies, we run the risk of creating unsafe spaces and experiences for our children. And again, you're going to have some staff members doing one thing in one building and other staff members doing something else. Just because Strauss-Esme hasn't found the guidance to be critical in their policy work doesn't mean that we shouldn't work towards best practice. And I do want to suggest that reading the prior policy is a great tool for learning and for framing your own questions, not just accepting what Strauss-Esme updates. Under Dr. Ficara, our board also had to pass, 80-plus policies a month to get ready for CUSAC. We were clear why we were doing this to the public well before we started it. We were talking about CUSAC for 6-7 months. And more importantly, we didn't take what Strauss-Esme sent as the policy. We kept our policy and changed the legalese or the main pieces that needed to get updated. We didn't change prior boards' work on representing our community. I do request that at a bare minimum, please abstain if you haven't read, and I served on the board, so I know many of my board members didn't read the policy and understood the policies up for tonight. And Dr. Taylor, respectfully, I have great respect for you, but the CUSAC process and updating policies really doesn't fulfill the spirit of CUSAC because it's develop and implement the policy. And if you don't have good implementation, you can't really score yourself high on that part of the metric. Your ultimate goal is to protect our children and clarify for the community and staff the guidelines they should follow. This is your solemn obligation under the law. And I really hope our district continues to be a leader in, at least on paper, as some board members have said, in protecting all students. And as a note on the women's bathroom, locker room, sorry about that. I do ask that you just check title. We put it in the plan for Title IX compliance, and it might have gotten lost in the bathroom updates, or it might have been embedded in the bathroom updates. That's all.
Thank you. Next up, Shannon Cuddle.
Once again, it's important if I'm taking my mask off. Good evening, everyone, and Dr. Taylor. And just want to take a note of thank you for the presentation too by Assistant Superintendents. I have been waiting years to hear something about climate and culture. I've been talking about it for years. I've been helping plant the seeds in our district and conversations. So thank you for that. And those that are there to support that. So I'm here for a couple of reasons, and one of which I just really wanted to start with by saying we saw a lot of academic data, and one of that was how to support students that are feeling marginalized, that aren't feeling supported, they have failing grades, or they don't find another pathway to get them into school. If we have buildings that are failing the students structurally, they're not going to come to school academically. If we have buildings that are not safe and welcoming for our students, so they know that they can be their best selves, and I've come here and said this before, they're not going to come to school academically. That is another failure of our students. And when we're talking about bathrooms, Board Member Deval Wilson, thank you. Just a point of correction, it's not called transgender bathrooms. It's just called all gender or gender neutral bathrooms. Our buildings and our commitments have always had single stall restrooms for students and staff. And it is part of our commitment with Title IX, as the previous person said, when we were building this plan with Dr. Fakara at the time, to be able to support not just with Title IX, but support all of our students and families. And that doesn't mean one bathroom for 2,000 kids or a janitor's closet that's been converted so non-binary and transgender kids can use it so they can get ready for gym class. When we don't have those facilities, those kids skip class. When we don't have those facilities, those kids are harmed because they can't use the restroom. They might not eat, they might not go to the bathroom all day, they get UTIs. It's not just for transgender students. Single stall restrooms, locker rooms that are accessible and updated are for all students, not some students. And that means all students can be successful. In addition to that, for the learning, that also goes into the two policies. Thank you for shelving the religious policy tonight. That does not meet our core vision and values as a district and community. And I'm glad it's going to be revisioned to take a look at it some more, because we really need to make sure that we are being purposeful and mindful. And something I think is really important, as also was mentioned, our transgender student policy didn't cross with the HIB policy we just passed, the health records policy that's up tonight, or even crisis our prevention policy as well. Cross-referencing our policies to have a better understanding in our commitment as board members was something that was ingrained when the policy committee was formed 5 years ago. We did not have one before. And it was the policy committee that was formed that was to help us be our best selves as board members, since we only have two duties: one, make policy, and two, oversee the superintendent. And with all due respect, Board Member Bill, that yes, former board member Susan Bergen may have made that quote but that was to highlight the fact that we never had a policy committee before. And the commitment and the depth and breadth that our board took to be able to look at the policies was not just to fast track them, but was to do our due diligence, because we want to ensure we're creating and enshrining best practices, because it's not about just what's happening now, it's for those who come after us. And it's not for those who come after us to want to just change the policies to change the policies. It's about changing the policies and updating them so we can consistently continue to move our district forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Next up is Rocio Lopez.
Buenas noches. We're a little bit tired because, you know, it's a school day. Well, it's not tomorrow, thank God. Rocio Lopez, Somea president, AP Spanish teacher at Columbia High School, and resident of Maplewood. The first thing I want to say is we were coming about the dress code board policy. I am going to change my hat of president, and I'm going to put the teacher one. If this is a learning experience and this is going to do better, I appreciate it. And if you're all going to work and change it, we're happy with that. We just heard you saying that administration gave you that. You kind of didn't know what to do, 21st century. So I want to believe all of you today, at least for a little bit, I want to do that. And hope that for the next board meeting, when it's the second read, it's fixed. That number 2, it's completely crazy nowadays. Not only sex, it's, you know, many things that are wrong about it. So if you ever have questions about that, I don't know if you're allowed to ask, but when it's something about the staff, please come to us and we will tell you this is not comfortable for us for A, B, C, D reasons. That's all. So thank you for revisiting. I want to appreciate, and if administration told you that, please don't do that ever again. Give them language that is more, you know, to the 21st century. The second thing I want to talk about, it's important for me because we keep sitting here and saying that we're working with Somea. So I'm going to tell you that there are some times where it's very obvious they're not work with Somea. There are some work with Somea, but not the important work. There is a board policy about financials, 4462A, and then there is a resolution 4462R, I believe. It's about home instruction. Let's just talk about home instruction. So do you know how much we get paid for home instruction? $35 an hour. Do you know if anybody has reached to us from central office to talk to us about increasing that rate? No. Do you know that you're passing today something that you're going to give outsource company $60.44 when you're giving us $35 and we are the professionals, we are the teachers of the kids, we are the ones that care about the kids, and we're going to prepare the information that they're going to learn. So how is that you go out again? You already did it with transportation. It was a whole mess, and we all saw it. Why would you outsource and pay more people to a company, that we don't even know who the teachers are going to be, instead of giving it to the professionals? I sat down here in the last meeting, and some of you board members were talking about the professionals. And the professionals, we should ask the professionals. We are the professionals in the classrooms. We create the curriculums, we teach them, we create the lessons. How is that nobody came to us and say, would you be willing to work for $50 an hour? I'm telling you, you will be saving $10 at least, because we will be willing to do it. And, it's mind-blowing, and I'm sorry, I don't know if that's a bad word, but it's horrible for me to think that you have not approached me, none of you, to talk about that. And you say you want teacher retention. And you say you want us to have a seat on the table. That's a lie. This proves one more time that's a lie. When it's something important, you never care about us. And I don't know how many times I have to say this. We are trying. Shira is trying. I am trying. We're working with the other people in central office really well, but it looks like with money-wise and things that are important to us that really, really show if you disregard teachers or you really care about us as professionals, you actually don't care. You outsource transportation. We had the whole year out of mess. Now you keep doing that, and now what's going to happen to the kids? Again, in detriment of the kids. If we care about the kids, we pay $10 less, and we get the professionals and the teachers. We don't go out and give them a worse education. Sorry, I'm sorry when I saw that, I got really upset. And I told you we were gonna do better, and this, in my opinion, is really important. So thank you, and hopefully you have a nice weekend, all of you. It's a long weekend that we all need. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. Amanda Mazzarella? Amanda? She left? Okay. Richard Insero?
Hi, everyone. My name is Rich Sincero. I'm a South Orange resident with 2 boys in the school district. Before I begin, I'd like to tell you the conversation I had with my son today. I told him I was going to go speak at the Board of Ed meeting, and he said, "Are you going to talk about the Sanchez incident?" I said, "Yeah, I am." And he said, "Well, when you come back, could you tell me what they were thinking?" So I just want to let that sit there for a minute because it's percolating all through the school. So I've been in the community for 19 years, and I never thought I'd be sitting here up until the debacle I saw 2 weeks ago. I recognize you're all volunteers, you're our neighbors. I think you have our best interests in heart, but as a board, you need to do much better because you're dysfunctional. There are rumblings in the school district that after Mr. Sanchez, Dr. Taylor is next in your sights. I'd like to ask that before you make a decision on Dr. Taylor, you truly think carefully about what the impact is, because it goes beyond just a person, and it goes to the stability and the reputation of the district. For argument's sake, and Dr. Taylor entertained me for a minute, let's assume he's doing an okay job. Not a great job. He's not hitting the ball out of the park. Consider what's happened in the last few years. Pandemic, III, long-range facilities plan, a vocal community, a complex district, and a dysfunctional board. So if you think that you're going to get a better superintendent given all of that, I think you're probably deluding yourselves, and you have to be very careful as to what you do on a next vote. And I do ask that when it comes to vote the next time, that you vote. That means no abstentions. You were elected here to vote on the board, and an abstention is a lack of respect for the community. If in the future you choose to vote, if in the future you choose to abstain, please don't do something stupid like give a double thumbs up sign thinking it's the most clever thing that's around, because that's another sign of disrespect for the community. Lastly, people have been so upset and outraged that there's talk about recalls. Maybe you should recall some of the board members. And when you read the rules around recalls, it does say you can't recall someone who's been in their job for less than a year because they're still learning. They're learning what they need to do. I find it kind of ironic that where you can't recall someone while they still have the training wheels on, they're still empowered to make decisions. They're going to have ramifications in the district for years to come. So again, I ask you, recognizing you're our neighbors, your volunteers, please think very carefully about what it is you do on the vote you're taking for the impact on our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Monica Morton?
I'd like to say good evening, but it really isn't. It's not a good evening. My name is Monica Morton. I'm a Black mom from the community, and I stand in solidarity with Dalen and his family. I find it appalling to see the obvious protection you're giving to this teacher for assaulting and abusing, child abuse, this sweet little 4-year-old boy, Black boy, who happens to be autistic and nonverbal. The stonewalling here is disgusting. You're all aiding and abetting this teacher who committed a crime, along with ableism and racism. Silence is complicity, and silence is violence. This teacher should have been fired and not allowed to resign. She should have been held accountable instead of quietly disappearing. In my eyes, you're all cold, very, very cold. And you're all accomplices, especially the Black board members. And the Black board members that are moms. You should all be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. Justice for Dalen.
Thank you, Monica. Lisa Davis.
My name is Lisa Davis, and I too am a member of this community, of this area. I've lived in Maplewood, South Orange, all over. And a couple of things I want to start off with first is that if you're going to have executive session, you should have the respect for the community and to not have it during a public meeting. You could have an executive session separate. About 2 weeks ago, I sat here about 2 hours. It was so very disrespectful. And also, you could easily, pertaining to the issue of public comment, because I've sat on boards before, we would have a time certain where we would stop and take the public comment because we recognize that people work. They're not rich. And you're not just entertained. People are not just here to come to look at you. You have a responsibility to the public. I share Monica's view about what she just said. It is absolutely disgraceful that a teacher, and I understand that the teacher's white, could dangle a 4-year-old Black child by the ankles and be protected by the school. No one ever told the parents the name of the teacher. Every parent has the right to know the name of every member of the staff, everybody who goes into that school system. That is their right to know. But you protected the teacher. And this just goes back to all the years of being in this country where Black children are not protected. But white teachers and the ones who assault them are. If you look at the records, you'll see that Black children get the highest suspension rate, and even Black preschoolers are suspended and expelled at a much higher rate, and that is not because of the child, it is because of the system and the so-called adults serving them. And lastly, my question is, when I look at this board, I see it's diverse. Why? Why? What does diversity on a board mean, or anywhere? We voted for people, we thought so much that if we had representation, they would look out for our interests, but that is not true at all. It's really disgraceful. Martin Luther King said, I cannot obey a dishonest law or a dishonest rule. You all are sitting here with my color because people challenged systems and things that were dishonest. They would not do it. There's no reason at all why the parents should not have been told the name of that teacher. You protected the teacher, and you are as complicit, and it's just disgraceful.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Jocelyn Bryan.
I had a few more comments I wanted to say on the LRFP, but first of all, I wanted to thank Mr. McCormick, who was here earlier today, because he protected my Black special needs child from being beaten by her algebra teacher earlier this year. Okay. On the long-range facilities plan, we are punting a lot of projects down the road where they're going to be another board's problem. I would love, as Nubia suggested, to have all of the projects with timelines for each on our website so we don't forget what we have promised the kids. For a not insignificant number of students, school is their safe space, and they deserve better safe spaces, as Shannon said earlier. They deserve to have toilets that are unlocked, that have toilet seats, faucets, intact sinks, and walls. like that mom who called in earlier said, there are many students that do not go to the bathroom at school, and that does cause significant problems. The girls deserve the same standard locker rooms as the boys. That is a Title IX issue. Our transgender and non-binary students and teachers deserve adequate spaces to change and enough single-stall bathrooms. Our special ed students deserve a viable 18 to 21 program in district so that they don't have to travel elsewhere. Our community was willing to dip into its wallet for our elementary students. I hope when asked, they will do the same for the older kids, the middle and high schoolers who make up half of this district, because as the other speaker said earlier, we will have run out of money. We will have to ask again, and we cannot forget our older kids. I was going to speak about the religion policy. I guess I don't have to now, but I believe it was up for second read, and that should not have happened. As so many people have already said this evening, you have two jobs, managing your one employee and writing policy, and that is policy for our community. And that goes beyond signing off on the work that Strauss Esme does, and I recognize that it's a lot of work, but it is what you volunteered for. So I look forward to some robust discussion this evening about some of those policies, including the corporal punishment policies, the very prescriptive teacher dress code policy. But these policies just don't reflect our community's values, or I hope your own, and hopefully none of them will be adopted as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Stephanie McKee. Oh, God, it's okay.
Hello, my name is Stephanie McKee. My husband Mike and I are 20-year residents of Maplewood and parents to two current CHS students. I would like to speak tonight about the last Board of Ed meeting, which I attended in support of Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Bodnar. The events of the evening were something that I couldn't stop thinking about for days, so I'm here as a concerned citizen to call for changes to how you are operating as a governing body. I have empathy for and appreciate anyone who dedicates their time and energy to sit on a school board to do this very important and complex work. The challenges facing this board and this district are many, but probably most impactful to our students is talent retention and stability. I've spent my career in human resources leading the function for global companies, and I've learned that most people want the same four simple things from an organization in order to feel that they belong: to be heard, to be valued, to be respected, and to be rewarded. The CHS students and parents who spoke so passionately at the last meeting told you in their own words, loud and clear, that they wanted those same four things from this school district. It is my recommendation that all of you hold yourselves accountable for figuring out whether you are meeting those four principles of belonging with your fellow board members and with your constituents. And that self-reflection needs to start with the board president and vice presidents as leaders of this body, because you set the tone with your words and your actions. Until you do, this board will not be operating in the best interests of this community, and members of this board will be doing a disservice to the families of South Orange and Maplewood. This board should be working to stabilize our district so that our kids feel secure and can excel in a nurturing environment, not to create chaos and distrust. No matter how you voted, the May 11th meeting was a disaster for you as a board and for this community. I implore you to do better for all of us by considering how to act with more transparency and empathy. I've never served on a school board and don't know the rules, but I have no objection to all principal contract renewals and other key administrative positions being carved out for public comment as part of the process. These are critical roles with a significant impact on our kids. Holding our leaders to high standards and expectations is key to the district's success. I believe these talent decisions could benefit from public comment, but with proper notice, so people are prepared and not blindsided. Please work together to find ways to create a culture of excellence while not sacrificing a culture of belonging. And finally, as a parent of a child diagnosed on the spectrum as a preschooler, who's now 17 at CHS, I can only imagine the pain Dalen's family has experienced. My husband and I stand in solidarity with the Wilkins family and hope that you would display the empathy, understanding, and compassion and action they are calling for. And while I'm on the topic of special education, I could spend your $3 million in a heartbeat if you invested it in special education. 15 years my son's been in the school district, and we have been blessed with wonderful people who have looked out for him. But this system is broken because it relies on individuals to take the effort and the care for the kids that they are overseeing. And what happened at that preschool is an absolute tragedy for that family and for this school district. And they deserve better. Every parent of a kid in the special education program deserves better. Every parent in this district deserves better. And I hope that you will do something to make this family feel like you are listening to them. And lastly, on the point of failing, the one thing that you missed in the plan to address the interventions for kids who are failing any class is parental partnership. It's not on that list at all. If parents know that their kids are failing, even one class, if you let them know, maybe they haven't looked at Power School. It's happened to me. We're all busy. Make sure that it's part of the plan, that a parent knows, because they will get involved. It's not that they don't care. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. I skipped over you. Michael Schloff. I'm sorry about that.
Hi, I come in peace, and sincerely with a message of hope and something constructive that we can do together. So, Dr. Taylor, board members, thank you for your service. My name is Mike Schloff, 20-year resident, 2 kids entirely through the school system here, now both graduated. And I helped start Maker Madness back 9 years ago with a great group of people and have been involved ever since. I noticed a thread running through tonight's meeting that might be missed due to a lot of other discussion, but it's like how to serve the whole child and engage all our students, regardless of race, IEP status, in a very constructive, tactile way. What's missing is hands-on learning. I didn't see any of that in any of these discussions of interventions. So when I was in 2nd grade, I spent half the year in the hallway because I got kicked out of class because I had ADD and it was undiagnosed. And I was made to feel dumb. In 7th grade, my parents got a letter saying they should be ashamed of me. And here I sit. And it's nothing's, you know, we're all wired the same regardless of any, differences or generations. I wanted to be a doctor, but didn't think I had the attention span. Yet, along that pathway, when I had hands-on projects, kinetic learning, I thrived. So fast forward to 2015, we hosted Maker Madness. I ran a woodworking table. And even with a successful corporate career, it was the first time I felt such a sense of purpose. A year later, I founded Maple Woodshop with the mission of helping all children develop life skills through woodworking because our youth lack hands-on learning. So I would like to ask us to consider a safe, portable, and easy to implement program, which is also, by the way, used in 140 other schools and camps nationwide. These schools have used the program for tactile STEM, CTE, social emotional learning, executive function, peer leadership, and special education. The program is also endorsed by the Carpenters Union, and students can earn up to 22 credits while in high school. So we know that our students are suffering from COVID exacerbated learning loss and mental health issues from social media. They have a desperate need to engage in the real world. As a community, we need to build together, and I mean that figuratively and literally. We know that tactile career exploration is proven to improve attendance, engagement, and increase graduation rates. This is an intervention that works. I taught woodworking in almost every school in our district in after-school programs while honing this program. And those students now are exploring engineering, trades, and medicine. This is for all students. So I'm here today to implore this board to explore adding tactile STEM and CTE to the district as soon as reasonably possible. Let's improve attendance, awareness of all career paths, and let students discover the intelligence in their hands. If you want to see the program in action, please Google CBS News and Maple Woodshop. And thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Michael. Deb Engel.
Hi, my name is Deborah Engel, and I'm a Maplewood resident. Many of you know me in my official town capacity, but today I'm here with my day job hat on as a representative from Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West, where I serve as the Associate Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council. I'm happy to hear that you are tabling Policy 2270 titled Religion in the Schools until your attorney can revise it to reflect the new Department of Education guidance released on May 15, 2023. While I understand the importance of updating our district's policy to ensure we are compliant with federal guidance and the U.S. Constitution, we at Federation are concerned by the language used in the policy as written and introduced in April, as it is based on old guidance, and I am specifically concerned about the language in paragraph 3 and the use of the terms prayer in classroom assignments, student assemblies, and non-curricular events, prayer at graduation. After reading this language, I looked at the U.S. Department of Ed guidance released last week and noted that the term prayer in classroom assignments is nowhere to be found. As for the other verbiage I quoted, I feel like it is important to read some of the exact guidance into the record. In regards to assemblies, it says, where school officials determine or have control over the content of what is expressed, such speech is attributable to the school and may not include prayer. And school officials may not mandate or organize prayer at graduation. We at Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West believe in the separation of church and state. We may not have a say in what the Supreme Court decides, but we stand up for the rights of the Jewish community and all minority communities. I have 3 Jewish children in our school district. One of the most profound memories I have from her early days in our schools is when my daughter came home crying after kindergarten class in the month of December. She was crying because she learned that day that she was the only child in her class that did not celebrate Christmas. She felt like the only one, to reference our family's favorite PJ Library book, The Only One Club. All of the children in our community should feel comfortable, accepted, and part of our community. I know each of you feel that way, and I thank you for tabling Policy 2270 until it is revised to reflect the new guidance. I hope you also take into consideration the language used in the revised draft to ensure none of our children feel like the only one. Thank you again to each of you for serving our students in our community.
Thank you, Deb. Next up, we have Dean Daffis.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the community and good evening to my esteemed colleagues. My name is Dean Daffis. I live in Maplewood. I'm the mayor in Maplewood, and I'm here to talk to you as your legislative colleague about policy. I'm not going to repeat what was already said. I too commend the board for tabling the presented religion policy. I implore you to do the same with the teacher dress code policy. I don't think it's necessary. We heard that from our student representative. You adopted a dress code policy recently, and we also heard from our teachers and our SUMEA president that it places unnecessary burdens on our already overburdened teachers. Furthermore, I'd like to highlight that it may have the unintended consequence of targeting transgender or non-binary folks. And it's speculative and legally unenforceable. As an attorney, I can tell you, how do you enforce something that says any insignia that is sensitive or inappropriate will not be accepted as in a dress code? Who determines that? What is sensitive or inappropriate in SOMA or MAPSO? Accordingly, I'm here to, something that hasn't been said yet is the following. I'm here to raise our collective awareness about the policy vendor advisor to the school district. As Board Member Malaspina educated the community earlier, they are a policy advisor to many school districts. And as former board member and former president, BOE President Maney advised, their advice is the floor, not the ceiling. And we should never consider what they recommend to us as our policy. It should always be tailor made to reflect our community values. Why do I say that to you beyond what was already stated? Because I can tell you, this is my third Board of Ed meeting this week. I have stood up to hate groups who are connected now to this policy advisor. The policy advisor does have a conservative bent, and they do have an agenda to come and recommend policies that seemingly on the surface are benign, but they open the door to a slippery, very undemocratic, and ultimately autocratic slope. So I want us all to work together and to be hyper aware of this and vigilant. I also want to applaud Dr. Gilbert for the information that he provided earlier about increased professional development and training in our schools to make sure that we are supporting all of our students, whatever their needs, and all of our vulnerable students, whatever their needs. Accordingly, I take this back to the Wilkins family that has spoken already this evening. I recognize, as someone who sits in your seat, that you can't comment on what happened. Of course you cannot at this moment. But we can educate the family and the community about the process so that this doesn't happen to another student or another family. And if nothing else, you can open your door to just provide comfort, as I did a few weeks ago, because justice for Dalen includes acknowledging the family's pain. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Dean. Next up, we have Christina Mendoza.
Hi, everyone. I am Christy Mendoza. I am a Maplewood resident and parent of a 7th grader at MMS and a rising kindergartner. I am also the CPAC HSA liaison for MMS and a local pediatric occupational therapist. I am speaking today about my concerns with the intentional integration algorithm, specifically in regard to my rising kindergartner who has special needs. First, I appreciate the district's effort through the intentional integration initiative to integrate the schools. I have built a career as a pediatric occupational therapist under the ideal that every child has the right to receive the right supports in order to reach their full potential. I am here to advocate for my daughter, Clara, who was placed at South Mountain School. We have concerns with this placement and requesting that she be transferred to Tuscan. We have expressed concerns about her placement to her case manager, as well as sent numerous emails to the intentional integration team and have yet to receive a response. There are multiple reasons why we are requesting this change. First, we are deeply connected to the Tuscan community. Clara's sister attended Tuscan, and given the district policy of placing students at the school of their sibling, Clara expects to attend Tuscan as well. Clara actually received a Tuscan kindergarten placement for this school year. However, because she has a September birthday and has special needs, we decided to hold her back in a private school Year to Grow program, which has given her a stronger foundational start to her educational experience. Also, I was an active member of the Tuscan community for many years. I consulted with teachers, helped bring the Handwriting Without Tears program to the Tuscan K first and second grades. I was involved with the PTA, was a class parent for 5 out of 6 years, and also the chair of the art show. I have also, thought that I was going to be part of the Tuscan community again, took the Tuscan school PTA liaison role for next year. Second, Clara has special needs which impact her learning, motor, and feeding. Clara has a diagnosis of a congenital neurodevelopmental disorder and ADHD. Her diagnoses significantly impact her motor skills, oral motor function, her feeding, and her processing. Her current IEP highlights these challenges. We believe that a placement at the nearest school, Tuscan, will provide her with the least restrictive environment. Her disability impacts her ability to complete multiple tasks, like completing her morning routine, while her feeding challenges greatly slows her ability to eat. It often takes her, yeah. Sorry.
This is recorded and also live on YouTube.
Okay.
And so we get what you're saying. I just want you to protect your child's
Okay.
confidentiality with such
Got it.
detail about
Okay.
her diagnosis.
Yeah. So we live 0.1 miles from Tuscan. We live across the street. It was our understanding geography would still be a factor in the intentional plan. It's merely a 5-minute walk to school versus a 25-minute drive to South Mountain in traffic. Our street is actually closed in a one-way traffic pattern in the mornings, and our home is adjacent to the street closure. So there's a physical obstacle course not allowing us to get outside of our home. Fourth, the physical act of walking to school is an important daily exercise, which promotes her motor skills and facilitates her emotional regulation and improves her processing for a better, more focused day. Also, Claire has really struggled with building social relationships and friendships. If placed at South Mountain, she's the only child on the block that's not going to be at Tuscan. While I recognize the importance of integration initiative, the algorithm has neglected the needs of many children, including mine. I thank you again for all your important work that you do and your consideration in this matter. I believe that an elementary school placement at Tuscan will allow my child to receive an equitable start to her day on part of that of her peers.
Thank you so much, Christina. So that includes our in-person public speaks. So Keith will go to audio. First up is Danielle Tropea.
That committee member is not present.
Thank you. Next up is Kels Savage.
That committee member is not present.
Okay, Tom Basehor.
That committee member is not present.
Okay, Asia Marche.
That committee member is not present.
Okay, Laura Choi.
And wait, am I muted?
Hi, Laura.
Hi, am I muted? I'm not sure.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Choi. First, I want to thank you for tabling policy 2270 for now. But since I already prepared my message and waited 4 hours, I'll take my 3 minutes. I hope that this will plant some seeds as you're thinking about what to think about this policy if you need to address this again. I am a school board member in Warren County. I am disclaiming that I'm not speaking on behalf of my board, only as an individual, a resident of New Jersey, a parent, a leader of API Rainbow Parents of PFLAG, and a faith leader in my community, and a candidate for ordination in the Presbyterian Church, USA. I'm a graduate of Princeton Theological Seminary and currently completing my Master's of Divinity at New Brunswick Theological Seminary. I'm also married to a Presbyterian minister and a parent of a transgender young adult whom we affirm and support. So I became aware of your intention to update your policy 2270, and I was intrigued. And I started to do a little digging and research because I remembered that our district adopted our policy 2270 in the summer of 2020. At which time, I was also concerned with the new language that was devised under the Department of Ed, under Betsy DeVos at the time. I heard someone say earlier that since this was a first read, the language may change and you may not adopt cookie cutter policies that do not serve your students, as they may serve students in another district with very different culture. So I want to tell you that how much I've admired your work from afar and your inclusive policies since I have been serving on my board since 2019. I know that I'm not the only one who follow your work, so please believe me when I say that you are a model for other districts who want to express more inclusive policies. When the transgender student policy was up for revision in our district in 2019, I shared your policy with my school board as a model to follow. So when I saw that the language of policy 2270 that you're introducing tonight is actually the exact same language that we adopted in 2020, you can imagine my surprise. What's even more surprising to me is the deletion of the more inclusive language. And this was the fight I put up in our district against Strauss-Esme language when this was up for revision for us. Our compromise was to adopt most of the new language, but also keep what was intended to be deleted. In 2020, we revised this policy that was last introduced in 2010 with a lot of the same language and some additions. I didn't even think to come up with this kind of language that you're considering deleting, especially the first paragraph. So as I'm rereading this policy, especially on the emphasis of prayer, I'd really like you to consider the following questions and concerns. Please define prayer. What exactly do you mean? From which tradition, or do you mean all traditions? Expressions of faith and prayer cover wide range, even within the same faith. How do you include students with no faith? And what does it all have to do with student dress codes? So please specify that if you mean something else. Please consider students that are part of the LGBTQ community.
Thank you, Laura. I'm so sorry, Laura. Thank you so
Okay.
much for coming on, and sorry that you had to wait so long, but we appreciate your time.
Wow. Okay. I was hoping to finish since I did wait. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last person on Audio Public Speaks is Leslie Kerner. Oh, okay. Hi, Leslie.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Kerner. I'm a South Orange resident. I have 2 kids in the district and have served on PTAs and HSAs for the past 8 years. I'm a big champion of our district and have worked hard to bring my experience as an educator and ed tech leader to our district and schools. Early this evening, Board Member Wingfield mentioned the superintendent's contract negotiation, and while that's not on tonight's agenda, I know it will be in the weeks and months to come. Now, we hear a lot about the things in our district that need to be improved, and it's not a secret, there are several, many even. We've heard a lot about a lot of them tonight. And I've brought up some myself in the past. And as with any and every district, we know we're not perfect. We need to keep growing and improving. But I also believe that consistency in district leadership is paramount to continuing some of the most important work that we're doing in our district, work that we as a community value significantly, work that is helping us improve and grow as a district. Dr. Taylor inherited our groundbreaking intentional integration initiative, and even with the 2+ year interruption of a global pandemic, he and his team launched it on time and without sacrificing the original vision. Sure, we've heard some hiccups, we just heard some. We need to continue to improve the algorithm, the process, the communication around the initiative. But I'm not sure many people in this community, maybe even on this board, understand how difficult real change is to make in public education. Most of the time, these types of initiatives just sit on the shelf and don't get implemented with fidelity or at all. So the fact that it's been implemented, it was on time, it's actually going, and we have, we're going into our 3rd year of doing it, is pretty remarkable. I hope you'll retain Dr. Taylor as our superintendent so we can continue to move us forward in this work that's critical to who we are as a district and as a community. To underscore that point, Board Member Malaspina stated earlier tonight that money would be better spent on our students than on redlining policies. And then we heard about necessary scope cuts in the CHS construction plans. I hope you won't waste valuable resources on search firms and interim leaders over the next couple of years, but direct it toward keeping our critical district initiatives on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next up, we have Stacy Thomas. I think she is audio. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
We can hear you, Stacy.
Wonderful, thank you. I just wanted to bring up the policy of corporal punishment, the use of corporal punishment policy, policy 3217. While I understand the importance of maintaining discipline and ensuring a safe learning environment, I believe it's essential to carefully consider the potential implications of the policy's wording. Specifically, I'd like to seek clarification on 2 points raised by the language in the policy. The first one is ambiguity regarding the use of force during a disturbance. The sentence in question, to quell a disturbance threatening physical injury to others, appears to suggest that force can only be used when there is a physical threat. However, the new presence of a comma, because it wasn't there in the first version, in the sentence creates ambiguity leading to potential misinterpretation. It becomes unclear whether force can be employed solely in response to physical threats or if it is also permissible during any form of disturbance. I just think that we really need to consider, the implications of that and what that means. The second concern I had was the prioritization of property over physical safety. Another concern arises from the statement for protection of persons or property. This line seemingly implies that force can be utilized to prevent the potential destruction of property. While I recognize the importance of maintaining a safe and orderly environment, I find it troubling that the policy places physical safety, including that of a student in crisis, below the preservation of property. I would think that a student's safety, and obviously the safety of the people in the room obviously is more important than any property that we could have. I also worry about how that can be applied and how that can be interpreted. Property could mean many, many things. It's very, very broad and vague, and it worries me that, it's putting us, in a bad position as far as liability. It's putting people in a bad position as far as understanding. And I think that we should carefully consider the wording before we implement this policy the way that it's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. And last up is Beth Constantino.
Good evening. Beth Cosentino from Maplewood. I'm here tonight because I noticed that this afternoon 2 pages were added last minute to the Board of Ed financial document that's attached to this evening's agenda. The first one states, be it resolved that the Board of Education rejects the bid received May 17th, 2023 for paraprofessional services. And then the second page says, be it resolved that the Board of Education enters into an agreement with Essex Regional Education Services Commission for the period of July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 to provide paraprofessional services. And then it goes on to talk about the rate. So no one here in front of me at this horseshoe was here when a few years back when Essex Regional was the para vendor, but there were many, many issues, and there was good reason for the district to move away from that vendor. I don't quite understand why all bids were rejected, or even one bid was rejected, and then turn around and there's an agreement made with Essex Regional. But as a parent of a 9-year-old autistic child who requires one-to-one assistance by a para all day long, it's very disconcerting to me that there is a lack of consistency with the vendor, and that this person and any of the paras, and all of the paras that are here and who have been here for years are not treated better, that then we would go back to a vendor that they didn't want. So I just wanted to put that out there and let you all know that that's what's happening, because like I said, this wasn't posted until late this afternoon, so I wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth.
President Whitletter,
Oh,
it appears Mr. Tom Bashore has called in.
okay. Want to put him on?
Good evening, members of the board and school community. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
My name is Tom Bayshore. I'm Vice President of Operations for ESS. ESS has been providing paraprofessional services to the district since June of 2019. We have a long-standing partnership with the School District of South Orange and Maplewood and have worked hand in hand with the Child Study Team and Special Services Department over the years to provide qualified, caring, nurturing, and outstanding paraprofessionals throughout each of the district schools, along with 4 out-of-district school locations, serving students from pre-K to age 21. In fact, we have grown this outstanding staff of paraprofessionals to a team of 240 people to meet the growing needs of these district programs. In May of 2022, last year, ESS was awarded the most recent paraprofessional services bid for the current school year 2022-2023. This bid award includes the option of 2 renewal years, a renewal for school year 23-24 and a renewal for school year 24-25. ESS provided a renewal contract to the district for the year 23-24 and proposed to keep the current pricing flat, meaning ESS is willing to renew our agreement with the school district for the available renewal term without increasing the billable fees to the school district in an effort to retain our program and keep our paraprofessional staff members employed within SOMSD schools. Additionally, all of our paraprofessional employees are members of a union, Local 68. ESS and Local 68 have a ratified collective bargaining agreement in place through June of 2025. Now, as you may know, rather than renewing our service agreement for school year 23-24 at a 0% pricing increase, a solicitation of bids for paraprofessional services was made public earlier this month to our surprise. ESS responded to this solicitation of bids last Wednesday, May 17th, just 8 days ago, and was the only vendor to submit a proposal response. Earlier this evening, around 4:30 p.m., we noticed a surprising change to the agenda for tonight's meeting. We noticed that item 4462AB, a rejection of all bids for paraprofessional services, was added to the agenda. We do recognize that it is within the district's right to reject any or all bids for paraprofessional services. However, action item 4462AC was also added to the agenda, which, if approved, awards the contract for paraprofessional services to the Essex Regional Educational Services Commission. This agenda item also confirms that Essex Regional Education Services Commission would be charging the district a rate of $30.80 per hour for all paraprofessionals and a $9.84 additional charge for every paraprofessional who participates in diaper changing. These costs are greater than what ESS had proposed in our bid submission on May 17th. So I asked the board to consider, rather than renewing the ESS agreement at flat pricing for the available renewal term, why would the decision be made to award this service
Thank you, Tom.
to an entity
I'm
that
so
has
sorry.
no other paraprofessionals in district? It will cost you more. They have no employees working in the district.
Oh,
ESS is saving upwards of $200,000 for the board for next year.
Thank
We
you so much,
respectfully ask
Tom.
that this
We
item be
really
tabled.
appreciate you dialing in and sorry that you had to wait so long. Thank you, Tom. So that concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, did you want to respond to anything?
I know it's late, but I always think it's appropriate to respond because we still have constituents here. So for those who don't normally attend these meetings, we do our best to take copious notes and try to respond to each public speaks if we are able to do so, even though our attorneys advises that we should not, right? So thank you, Patrick, for allowing me to give a few updates. Is Alan Guy still here? I think he may have left out. Okay. He was just providing points around policies and how important they are and whose voices were heard as he was growing up and wanted to avoid that being our reality as a school district. And I wanted to just say to Alan that I was at Marshall today, hanging out with the mascot owl for the field day. And I want to acknowledge that and how great a day it was, confirmed by the folks who I ran into, including Principal Horn. I'm just going through my notes as I give responses. Thank you to our former board members, Anne-Marie and Shannon, for coming out and sharing your wisdom and expertise around your experience with developing policies and how important they are. I think that there's definitely a balance between expediting and honoring the collective beliefs of our community that have been established and supported even this evening. Just regarding the NJQSAC, we backwards mapped our policy updates to make them a reasonable chunk for each committee to go through and review monthly. As you know, if you review the first month, then the first read the second month, and then hopefully approval the third month, it puts you on a trajectory. If you maintain your momentum to be in a good shape with, like you said, not just approvals, but implementation. We, of course, respect the process, which is why we also are looking at ways to expedite the authentic redlining and do so in a way that keeps that information for easy board member review. And we'll continue to review that process, and we appreciate the passion behind all those comments that are in that space. The commentary around the all gender restrooms is, of course, not just acknowledged. We also have followed up with our architects and our construction partners on that. And it's not just a request, it's a mandate, not from any other entity, but from ourselves. Rocio Lopez, thank you for your comments. I would just say that resolution that you mentioned around home instruction is not a new resolution. That we do have those partnerships to reach out to provide home instruction because there's an obvious need for it and has been for a number of years. If you would like to speak more about it, we can talk about it during our monthly meeting, or whenever you'd like to talk about it, just let me know. I think that if it takes a sidebar negotiation for us to consider something like that, I think that we have, right? We've had several sidebar conversations that I think have been fruitful for the staff and for the board, and I'm open to definitely having that. But just to reiterate that that's not a new engagement. It's a re-up to ensure we have opportunities for homeschooling for kids who unfortunately are in that circumstance, whether it be through injury or illness or other circumstance. But I'm open to that conversation for sure. And again, I make recommendations to the board, so I would definitely love to have that conversation. I'm just again going through many of these are passionate conversations around the same topic, so I don't want to be repetitive. Is Michael Sloth still here? Oh, he's gone. Okay, well, please, yeah, I would love to. I recently put together something from IKEA so I can know all about tactile and how great it makes you feel when it's done. So I would love to talk more about that offering. Thank you to our mayor for giving of your evening and sharing with us your concerns and recommendations. The parent who is Christina still here? I think she may have left out. I'll reach out to her. I didn't catch if she said that her other child attended or attends Tuscan, because that's a very significant piece for our work around integration. And I'll follow up with the integration team on her emails to make sure she gets a response and a review. And she may not be aware that she can put forth an appeal that would make us have a closer look at those circumstances. For those who don't know, Special Services, Ms. Bedine and her department have a very, very impactful lever for our integration work. Anytime a parent brings forward a concern that their child has special needs and it was not honored or reviewed, we make sure that we get that from our Special Services Department to ensure that their placement is not impacted, that their services are not impacted negatively by their placement. And the first students who we place are our students who the Special Services Department brings forward to us. Regarding the district's choice to recommend a new vendor, we've shared with the board the reason for that. And, you know, we are, as administrators, directly reviewing the services that our district and our kids and our families are receiving. And we know that regardless of the vendor that we go with, that we can put a mandate forward that they give right of first refusal to our current paras. And I won't speak disparagingly about our previous vendor, but please know that we don't make these decisions lightly. And in the state of New Jersey, though you may have a multiple renewal contract, as Mr. Bazemore said, it does not mandate or tie the hands of our Board of Education, and it's our responsibility as leaders to recommend changes based on the services that we are receiving. And we did not come upon this decision lightly, and I'll just leave it at that to be respectful of all involved. That concludes my responses, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. So we'll now transition to our committee report outs. We'll get it started with Dr. Telesford. If you could do the readout for data and special services ad hoc committees. I'm going to cover the policy committee readout, personnel, and CNI, and then FFT will be Nubia or Ms. Wilson. All
right, I'll start with actually special services. We met on May 18th. We covered a large set of topics, but we didn't get to all of them, so those were moved to the next meeting. First thing we talked about was data regarding students receiving compensatory education for staff vacancies. We want to know how many students had not been receiving services as part of their IEP. That was not related to the pandemic. So this would be related to if there was a resignation or there were a vacancy that needed to be filled. We were given the data regarding teachers or students that currently do not have that. But one thing we want to do is expand this to look at look at these vacancies over time just to see how the district is doing to ensure that students should not really require compensatory education. If they're receiving compensatory education, that means that their IEP is not being honored here. The next thing we discussed was administrative communication. One of the things we focused on was when we have staffing changes, when you lose a social worker, when someone resigns, or you have any sort of changes for the classroom for your child. What is the communication that is coming from the district? What we learn is that traditionally, this actually comes from the buildings themselves, which would usually come from the principal. In some cases, some principals are not as comfortable with that, and that's when the district comes into, will move into that role and then communicate that. I think one of the things that I would advocate for is to have some sort of, I guess, a protocol so that we can ensure that families are always informed if there are any sort of major changes. The next thing we talked about was the extended school year, ESY, and just also communication about, I guess, a letter that was supposed to go out telling them about the ESY. This year there was a glitch in that, but there have been changes in the program to ensure that that it's not too long, so that the students aren't going hungry, because one of the issues last year was it was extended an extended time, and then kids didn't have food, so parents had to chip in. So one of the things that we want to make sure was that the district is behind all those things and making sure that program is not too long, so that they're not going hungry. The next thing we discussed, which Dr. Chiller just talked about, was the RFP process. So some of the information that we got in our meeting got further updated today. So I'll leave that update to Dr. Taylor. And then and the next thing we talked about was the documentation process. And for the documentation process, one of the things that I wanted to know was when a child is being classified, what is being documented by the district, and can we see, or can the board see, what are all those, get those points of contact? And this would allow us to see how is the process moving for any particular child. If someone who's referring a student, is that coming from a parent? Is it coming from a teacher? Is it coming from a parent that wants their child referred, and then let's just say you're rejected? Do they come back with a lawyer? We want to know all those points. And so understanding how we're documenting things will be very important so that we can, I guess, surprise the system to make sure that we have a well-run system here. And then finally, we talked about personnel, and that was about, I guess, the training that we received. When we look at some of the incidents that have gone on, without going into details, we want to make sure that teachers are receiving the proper training, and then making sure that we want to know, I guess, what is district-wide and what is specific to school or specific to certain classrooms. So that's going to be an ongoing conversation that we're having with the district when we're looking at personal development. Or professional development, sorry. Our next meeting will be in June 14th, and we will cover some of the topics that we were not able to cover in that meeting. Are there any questions? All right, so moving on. For data and technology, we actually covered many of the things that we just saw today that was in the district goals. The first thing we did was a check-in on the integration student survey and the analysis around that. And so we talked about some of the things that we were going to do the second time around, like having computers here at the board, at the district building, for having parents come in and do the surveys. Also, having those at sites where, whenever they're having events at the elementary schools, so that parents can go there, so that it's not everything going through Power School. Another thing that was changed was using the student ID, so that you can put in the student ID and then do the survey. So I think the idea here is to try to increase the number of people doing the survey, and so make it less cumbersome. The next thing we discussed was just talking about the Q1, Q2, Q3 pass-fail data, and I guess talking about all the work the district is doing to, I guess, delve into this data. You know, as I said, as they say, peel back this onion. And that was to basically, I guess, look at the different ways in which students are having challenges. Because one student that has a single F, maybe in an AP class, is very different from a student that has multiple Fs. And as we saw in the district update, those students were going to require different supports. So we just kind of talked about some of those supports, which were to detail just now. And yeah, that's my update for those two committees.
Thank you, Dr. Telesford. Does any board members have any questions for Dr. Teller?
I just wanted to add, you did forward me some questions about the integration initiative, and I will forward those to Dr. Taylor, and he said he'll answer those.
Thank you so much. I actually have some other questions to send to you too. So yeah, thank you. Okay, so I will do the readout for the policy committee. On Tuesday, May 9th, 2023, the policy committee convened from 6:30 to 8 p.m. The committee members present were Bill Gifford, Chair, Alyssa Malaspina, Kwame Telesford, and I also attended. At the beginning of the meeting, there was a lengthy discussion around the new policy review process. Thank you to the administration for their presentation on it. We have 16 policies up for second read and adoption and 23 for first read. I guess I'll go through them all. The second read policies are as follows. 0131, bylaws, policies, and regulations. 0133, adjudication of dispute. 0144, board member orientation and training. 0155.1, board member participation at board meetings using electronic device. 0163, quorum. 1511, Board of Education website accessibility. 1581, domestic violence. 1643, family leave. 2200, curriculum content. 2260, affirmative action program for school and classroom practices. 2270, religion in the schools. 2520, instructional supplies. 3217, use of corporal punishment. 4217, use of corporal punishment. 6122, reimbursement of federal and other grant expenditures. 6115.01, federal awards, funds, internal controls, allowability of costs. 6115.04, federal funds, duplication of benefits. 1140, affirmative action program. 2432, school-sponsored publications. 2464, gifted and talented students. 3216, dress and grooming. 3224, evaluation of principals, vice principals, and assistant principals. 3230, outside activities. 3270, professional responsibilities. 3421.13, postnatal accommodations. 5112, entrance age. 5114, children displaced by domestic violence. 5230, late arrival and early dismissal. 5305, health services personnel. 5308, student health records. 5310, health services. 6471, school district travel. 7243, supervision of construction. 7320, lease of school premises. 7410, maintenance and repair. 7425, lead testing of water in schools. 7430, school safety. 7440, security on school premises. 8420, emergency crisis situations. 8600, transportation. And in new business, we discussed policy 5124, internal transfers, and decided to send it out to C&I for feedback. Are there any questions? Yep. Go ahead, Dr. Telesford.
I just have a quick question about, I guess, the first read policies. Now, do we, I guess, talk about any objections to the first read policies here? Or is that was
During
the one?
the action portion.
During the action portion?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can send with those.
Well, no, I'm talking about the first read policies.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah, the first
You
read
can
policy.
talk about it now. Yeah.
Oh, you want to talk about it now?
He wants to talk
Well-
about it now, but I thought we had to wait till the action portion.
I could help a little bit.
Okay.
So I could chime in. If board members have conversations or concerns around first read, you could always email them to that chair of that committee to expedite it to be added to the conversation that occurs in the committee meeting.
Okay.
Oh, you know, it doesn't stop you from talking about it during that portion, but there's no action pending
Right,
for it.
right. I recognize
Yeah.
there's no action, but I think when we discussed this, I guess, this new policy, there's this whole idea that we're supposed to discuss the first read policies here, which I didn't think made sense because I would never think that we want to spend hours talking about like 3216, 3224, 5112. There were so many policies up to first read that I just saw all these issues with that I don't think we want to spend this meeting talking about. So I'm wondering, when do we talk about those issues with first read policies?
Well, that's a good question, considering if the process now is to talk about it here, then we should probably talk about it here. Is that the process?
I don't think that there's a limit to what you can do, right? So when we get down to the resolution, if board members want to talk about that resolution, they would sever it normally. And when you sever it, then that gives the opportunity for, whatever the resolution number is to be discussed. And that could include that first read, which is a part of it, even though it's not up for consideration. Patrick, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, certainly you can talk about it here. And usually in most places, the policy committee discusses the policies before they get to first read.
Right.
Okay, so board member Lamani, I actually think I said it earlier, that it's a finished product when it's first read.
Right.
So that is how it's done in most districts.
Right. I mean, I guess that's what we were doing before. I mean, I don't want to actually do first read discussion here. I know it's already after 12, but like, I kind of felt as though I'd mentioned this, like, it feels a little backwards. I feel as though we should be discussing these things before it even gets to first read, and then maybe have further edits. But yeah, just want to chime in there.
No, I agree with you, board member. Sorry.
I know, it's like 12 o'clock. I agree. I think we want to have the discussion. I know the way I've done it, if I have like questions, I'll email the chair, but it doesn't afford the group discussion. So I agree that there's some things I think that we should possibly review again within that policy, or within the process, not to kind of beat a dead horse, but I think we can all agree that there are still things within it that need to be improved and talked about.
Sorry, a quick thing. I mean, not to beat this dead horse some more, but I mean, if the process is not ready, why the heck are we pushing so many policies into second read and first read and boilerplate and all that? The process is not ready. Let's admit that. Let's go back, fix the process and fix it. I mean, my concern has always been, listen, I'm sympathetic to the cause of, yes, we need to vote for all of these things. We need to get these out of the way. But we started this in January. This is not new. We've been talking about having a new process, it's coming. We're in June. So the process is not ready. It's clear there's a hole in here. We just discovered the hole. So I don't know how to fix this, right? I mean, so we need to fix that, right?
Yeah, I think the feedback goes to policy committee, administration, and because
One final thing. I mean, this is not the administration's problem. This is not their fault. This is not their job. This is not their issue. This is our issue. Let's fix it. Let's get it done, and let's go on with it. I don't want to keep dumping it on administration saying, oh, guys, fix it again. Oh, Susie, fix it again. I mean, come on, man.
But the board, we have to consult the administration on policy. So
You must consult the administration on policies.
Not
It is
on
required.
policy process. Not on policy process. Policy process we own. We can decide whatever the heck whatever we want. We can say the process is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. We decide that. And then, yes, once we feed this in, we come to the administration say 3450, what do we do? 8420, what do we do? That's the feedback. I'm not complaining about the policy itself. That's down the line. I'm talking about the process of the policy itself. That is broken.
Yeah. I think that the big shift, sorry, just chiming in, yeah. The big shift from when the policy alert happens, what happens next, right? Do we wait? Does the policy committee do work on all the policies that they come in? Or does the policy go directly to the applicable committee? I think that's the hitch and the decision that's made. I've seen it done both ways in multiple places. And I think that part of what not to speak for our chair, but that was part of the discussion, right? Is do we if the policy committee looks at it and does work on it first, and then it goes to the applicable committee, that's a month. And if the committee finishes that work and goes to first read, then that's 2, and then 3 months.
That's fine.
Right. I'm just saying, but that was the rub, I think, is that.
I was reading
right.
this governance book or whatever was sent out recently, and it says a policy you should estimate it takes about 5 to 6 months to update a policy. So I'm not saying so we take a lead time, and that's the whole reason for a policy. Anyway, we
No,
don't
I
have the
think-
policy chair here, so let's talk about this later. But
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is really good feedback, and I think, we were all presented, members of the policy committee were presented the process in the policy committee, but this is feedback we bring back, and if we believe that it's important to go to policy committee first, we message that and we do it, right? Go ahead, Patrick.
Very briefly, just so one of the things that you have to know is to triage your policies, because some of your policies are mandatory in a way that you must have a policy that says something, okay? And that's a policy that, put it this way, you want to adopt by the deadline you're given by the regulation or the statute or the DOE guidance that says it must be in place by this day, so you're in compliance with it. And then after that, if you want to continue to improve it, revise it, make it locally relevant, then certainly do that. But the suggestion would be triage those policies, figure out which ones are mandatory, which ones are permissive, put in place the language you must have to be in compliance with the law, and then certainly keep it on the docket to revise and improve and make it locally relevant. But certain policy language and certain things must be in place by certain dates. And so that's the only thing I would point out if you want to be compliant with the law, make sure you know which ones are necessary and which ones are not. And then the only other thing I would say is many of Strauss Esme's policies and in NJSBA, which is the other company that does it, they just regurgitate the regulation. That's all it is. And so there are circumstances where that may be satisfactory too, because all they're already doing is saying exactly what's in the regulation. Then there may be policies that are a little bit more nuanced than that and certainly can be worked a little bit differently for your local needs.
Okay, we'll move on to Board Member Eckert for Personnel and C&I.
Personnel Committee meeting met on Wednesday, May 10th. Board President Whitletter and I were in attendance. Board members Wingfield and Wright were absent. We kicked off the meeting reviewing recommendations for non-renewal based on performance. We discussed the process for non-renewals, which is something the board does not vote on. I won't go into full details of the process. You can view the public meeting minutes on the website, but I did want to mention that I am encouraged that our new, I don't know if he's new anymore, but Mr. Adedoyan has made a few tweaks to the process and memorialized it into a new form so that any staff members that have a corrective action plan in place are aware of expectations moving forward and given ample time to do so. The committee then reviewed recommendations for rehire and tenure of non-tenured staff. We reviewed a list that showed the status of evaluations for these staff members. Most had been completed, while a few were still in progress at the time. All evaluations are due to the state by June 30th, and the in-progress status for some isn't typical, and we discussed some of the reasons those specific ones had not yet been completed. At the April committee meeting, we reviewed some of the data from recent exit interviews, but the district was still in the process of analyzing some of the more qualitative data. Mr. Adedoyan is looking to make some improvements that include changing the format of some questions in an effort to gather more quantitative data. And as a committee, we are looking forward to seeing a revised questionnaire soon and engaging in more conversations on how we can also increase participation, as the exit interview is not mandatory. At the end of the day, I think we can all agree this is a great opportunity for us as a district to help identify areas of both strengths and improvements to make the district a better place to work. So the more info we have, the better. We reviewed a few of the personnel policies up for first read. We discussed some concerns around the dress and grooming policy, as it seemed a bit dated and may need some tweaking based on current trends and our community values. As Caitlin, sorry, I can't go through the formality at almost 1 o'clock. And I even discussed, there's certainly tweaks that need to be made for that. It's first read, so our feedback will be incorporated into second read. The last item we discussed was a non-renewal budget cut. The district assured the committee that there will be an opportunity for anyone working for Beyond the Bell to work for the YMCA should they choose to do so. Meeting adjourned at 7:40 PM, and our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 13th at 6:30 PM. That is all I have for personnel. Before I move on to CNI, questions? Okay.
Moving on to CNI.
The May CNI meeting took place on May 17th and started at 6:30 PM. In attendance was myself and Alyssa. Nubia and Courtney Wingfield were not in attendance. We received a presentation about the Freshman Academy from Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Bodner. We saw a lot of the information during tonight's school presentation, so there's no need to dive into it again. Both Alyssa and I were excited by the proposal. Alyssa did express some concern that while it has actually great potential to help the incoming freshmen, we still do not have a concrete plan with specific supports in place for our 10th to 12th grade students. And I know that Ms. Bodner had spoken about, rolling this out and using it as a foundation for 10th through 12th grade students, so also very exciting. We also received a presentation from Ms. Correa related to the process they are using to choose the new K through 5 math curriculum. The goal is to have a program chosen by the June meeting, and we've been assured that all materials will be ready and in place for the new school year. We did not get a chance to review the pass-fail data since the presentation was not ready for us at the time. We did mention that some BOE members found the raw data that was given to us in a Friday packet to be confusing and in need of context. I think Dr. Taylor has addressed some of that already. So I won't go into that anymore. We talked about summer curriculum writing and specifically about the journalism course, and that they plan to work on it during the summer with the hope that it will be finished in time for it to count as a full year English course and have it count for English credits next school year. If that does happen, the administration said they will work with guidance to ensure that any student who wants to take it will be able to. We spoke again about G&T, just as to get some status updates, and they are in the process of gathering a committee for an audit of our program. We also had a large number of policies that we reviewed for second and first read. We spent some time looking at both the Strauss-Esme versions and the SOMSD versions. The one big change that was made is that we are now making it that only seniors will have the option of coming in late to school if they have a study hall first period and leaving school early if they have a study hall last period. The administration believes that it should be a senior privilege and will hopefully help to cut down on some of the absent-based failures we are seeing from 11th graders. We did pull guidance counseling from first read because we needed some additional guidance on language from administration, and our hope is to have it ready for first read the next month. And the last thing we discussed was our VOTEC policy and asked how the district is communicating the opportunities to students in grades 8 through 12. We are awaiting follow-up from the administration to see when and how that is occurring. That is all. Any questions?
Seeing none, we'll move to the last committee report out, which is FFT with Board Member Deval Wilson.
Forgot. On May 15th, FFT met and board members Caitlin Whitletter, Bill Gifford, and Arun Badamani were present. The meeting was from 6:30 to 10:10 p.m. I think our meeting is probably the one that lasts the longest. Also, just side note, Mr. Burnside, I don't think we need to make sure our next meeting is on the calendar. I don't think it is, so we just need to double check that later. Let's see. Auditorium bids. We discussed the fact that we were going to have a potential lawsuit brought against us by keyboard consultants because when we decided to go out to bid independently to get additional bids for Psalms and Seth Boyden's auditoriums, keyboards can. Oh, I can't talk about that.
Yeah, that was a discussion on council. You shouldn't bring it up.
Oh, sorry. All right. Scratch that. Luckily, we'll be fine. All right, so the next thing we discussed was policies. We went through, one of the main thing we talked about was hazardous routes And in addition, we talked about school safety, 7430, which is being abolished. We cross-referenced, and one of the reasons why it can be abolished is we are covered in other policies. So this one is no longer necessary. When it comes to hazardous routes, it is currently not on first read. It is not, even though we discussed legally sound ways to update the policy, we also discussed posting the final report on the district website so that all community members can see the hazardous routes report, because we know it's something that's really important to the community. But as I said, this will be a first reads next month. And this does not impede our ability to go to bid. One thing to note is that I have spent a lot of time since our FFT meeting going through our hazardous routes report, and I do want the community to know that we take this policy very seriously, and I've spent a number of hours during my workday and after hours cross-referencing, talking to our municipal partners who, Dean, I was going to shout you out, but you're probably in bed by now. Thank you, Mayor Dean and Village President Sheena, for your partnership during the municipal partnerships meeting that we had, I guess it was a week ago now, talking about some of our hazardous routes. And so I want to make it clear that one of the reasons, a couple of reasons why this is being pushed. One is there were some discrepancies between Stonefield's late-breaking supplement report that we just got last week that I spent many hours cross-referencing. Also realization that the police departments didn't view these final reports. We want to make sure that they are viewing them, since it is part of our policy for them to look at these reports. And that there were just some discrepancies. So as I said, I've been reviewing this. I think that there needs to be a more consistent process moving forward when it comes to hazardous routes, and how I've mentioned a couple times how our transportation department can be part of this process. It seems like everything is siloed right now, and I'm a little concerned about that. But at the end of the day, we are doing our due diligence to make sure that our hazardous routes report is updated properly and that all of our stakeholders and constituents are part of that conversation. So that is why that will be up for first reads. And then for Epic Construction, you got the update today. The only other thing that I will add is that South Mountain Big School might need a backup generator for the boiler system if our switch gears do not arrive by August 1st. So Epic is just doing their due diligence, letting us know ahead of time that hopefully these gears come on time, but if they don't, they needed to receive our feedback and thoughts on using a backup generator. And that backup generator has a cost to it, which is $70,000 a month, with a startup cost of $100,000. And so they're pretty confident that this won't be delayed, but again, doing their due diligence to let us know. And we agree that the other point to that is if we don't do construction to the boiler this summer, which is when it's slated to be demoed, that delays our transportation, that delays our construction timeline, and we are already delayed, so we don't want to do that. And the boiler system is just out of date, so we can't even get anything to fix it, like whatever is needed, the supplies to fix it, just aren't on the market anymore. Security bid is due to be. The school security bid is due to be rebid. It must be rebid every 3 years by law. We've been hiring security since 2018, and I don't know if there's anything interesting to add to that, but we discussed that. We discussed Beyond the Bell. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your updates on that, and just wanted to reiterate what was reiterated to us in FFT. I'll reiterate here, which is that many community members have reached out about concern with this switch, and the whole purpose of this is to grow the program. So we're simply shifting it to the YMCA's purview because it requires more admin support, and we want to grow the program to allow more students to participate. And this was difficult to do under one director handling it all internally in the district. So this will be a pass-through enterprise account, meaning the district helps collect the funds for the Y. With the new partnership, they will expand it to more days per week. And Dr. Taylor, thank you for sharing this information with our PTA leaders and other parents who have inquired. You've done a good job. Every time someone sends an email, you respond. We also brought up in FFT the concern from parents that would the Y be giving preference to its members for early access to apply to be on the bill, because that's currently what they do for aftercare. And the district said that that would be something they would look into. Almost done. I know this is long. We're in for what, 4 hours? Let's see. We will cover FFT goals next meeting because the other items just took a long time. We talked about paraprofessionals and cost analysis of community members have asked us, why aren't we bringing back highly trained master paras back in the house? And the cost would be $10 million annually, and we currently pay $6 million for 250 paras. They've been outsourced since the early mid-2000s. And we talked about budget cycle and communications. The BA has created a budget calendar in the past that will allow the board to see a year in advance of what is upcoming so that we understand the budget cycle and can anticipate the budget more efficiently, especially if we have questions in advance about the process. And then lastly, we had to reschedule our MMS tour, which is part of our FFT goal to look at Maplewood Middle School and see what repairs need to be made that are not part of long-range facility plan. And so that tour is being rescheduled hopefully for June. Questions? Okay.
All right, thank you. So that concludes committee report outs. We will now transition over to the action portion of the meeting. So I will hand that over to Dr. Taylor to lead us through it, but I'll start off by asking if there's any resolutions that the board would like to sever. Go ahead, Dr. Tellisford.
I'd like to sever 4462Y, 4465I, M, and N.
One more time, please.
4462Y and 4465I, M, and N.
4465.
I, N, and N.
I, Mary, and Nancy.
For 4465, I, Mary Nancy. Okay, so now I got it. Sorry, Board Member Board Member Eckert.
I'd like to sever 4462R, 4464M and N.
4464M.
And that's all.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, you have one too? Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, just wanted to sever 4465. Let me just look at the letters. Hold on.
Is it M and N?
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So 4465 MN, was that already mentioned?
It's already severed.
Okay, good. And then, what was the other one? Oh, it might have been a first read, so it doesn't matter. Hold on, I'm tired. Let me just double check.
Oh, and Board Member Vallimani.
Oh,
okay,
sorry. 3217, was that one mentioned?
3217.
4456, 3217, that's M. Oh, yeah, that was the one I just mentioned, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, all right.
I mean, clearly a lot of the severs are for the policy stuff that is in second reads. And we found that many of the policies that are in second reads need to be worked on. And like, for example, right, we have the policy 2464, gifted and talented. I mean, that is a complex and a lengthy discussion just in itself. In fact, I would argue that it's probably more complex than the transportation policy we put out. So what I'm recommending is that instead of severing each one and kind of worrying about, oh, did I forget it or not, why don't we just table all of them? Just table them all today and send it back to the new process. We have a new process. Well, I mean, in whatever shape it is still a process. And follow that process and come back and and then do it next month. That way we'll have more confidence. The public will have more confidence in our ability to have put forward a policy that actually looks like a acceptable policy. And it's simple. Because, nobody wants to, at this point in the night, who knows who's voting for yes, no, whatever. All I'm saying is just table them all. I mean, A to Q, and there are 17 of them, of which we've heard from the public at least 3, 4 that are problematic. I can point out right now for GNT is problematic. Just table them all. There's nothing pressing in there that requires urgent, like, oh my God, mandatory requirement. Next month we'll, have the SEC or whoever controls us crack down on us. Just table it. And also we're missing, three members out here. It's good to see everyone being involved. So.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. So I'd like to make a motion to table resolution 44658 to Q to the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in, sorry, you run the meeting. Board President should run the meeting.
Okay, yeah, okay, so you made the motion, you seconded, so, okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay,
Just one clarification. One of the requests to sever, I think, was read incorrectly and may be a duplicate. That was 4464, M and N. That's 5, right? Okay. Got it. All right, so we'll just strike through that, and we'll strike through the other severs because you just voted to table it. The 4465, I, M as in Mary, N as in Noah, those are all tabled, so there's
Correct.
no severing.
All 4465s, 44658 to Q are all tabled, so therefore the severs don't matter.
Right, so the only severs we have are 4462R and 4462Y.
That's what I have. Is there any unreadiness? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none. I put forward for the board's consideration resolutions 4459 through 4466, severing 4462R and Y, and recognizing the tabling of 4465. Do I have a second?
Second.
okay, we are now in conversation for all the aforementioned resolutions, with the exception of the severed resolutions. Is there any comments or questions? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to see, sorry, I'm going through 4462 for 1 second. I'm so sorry. All right, so then we can go to the roll, please. Mr. Burnside.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield,
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
The first severed resolution is 4462R.
Do I
Do I have a second?
Board Member Eckert? Oh, you seconded? Okay. So we got a second from someone? Okay, Board Member Eckert. Okay, so now we're up for conversation 4462R. Does anyone have anything? Board Member Eckert.
So I just wanted a little bit more clarification, as Ms. Lopez had spoken up during public speaks. And I apologize because this is not my area of expertise. So if we were to have our teachers doing the home instruction, you'd need a sidebar agreement because that's not currently included.
So I want to be careful because we're talking about negotiations, but I'll be as clear as I
Got it,
can.
okay.
And I'm sure Patrick will tell me when I overstep. Home instruction is already available for our teachers. We use different agencies. We use different agencies if they are needed because we don't have teachers to provide it. This is a previous agreement that's being renewed, offered to be renewed. And there are others that we use because over this was, gosh, I don't want to go to my memory at this time of the evening, but it's multiple years that we're just trying to make sure we have coverage for home instruction. And I know we've spoken about concerns around home instruction because even in this world, folks have gotten used to the virtual opportunities. And we were told that we couldn't do that, and we got clarity that we could. So we started offering that, and we put in the board's recent Friday packet just an update on the number of kids who were getting home instruction, and it is a very significant need, and it's very unpredictable. A kid could break their leg tomorrow and need home instruction. And so we keep a cadre of offerings because it's difficult to find folks who want to engage it. It's an evening opportunity. And, you just want to make sure you have resources to make sure that you're able to provide students with their legal requirement of home instruction. And for the secondary schools, it's even more complex because you're trying to get multiple teachers because there's multiple courses, right? So those are some of the complications.
Got
Did I stay clear? I think, okay, thank you.
And stop me if I will try to stay clear. No, I think obviously it's important to have the safeguard of a home instruction provider, but as we reflect on like the comments made earlier this evening and just some of the, and again, I won't get into the specifics because it's a negotiated item, but I'd like to just have more information around the parity of what our staff makes for home instruction versus what we're paying an outside vendor.
Even if we pass this tonight, we don't have to use it. It's just an option. I just want to make that clear.
But I guess we'd like to see, I mean, I don't know, I'm
Right.
speaking on behalf of myself, just a commitment to work with the teachers so that they're getting,
I would just be careful, right? So Ms. Lopez and myself and Ms. Irby, who represents ASCA, we negotiate sidebars all the time. And this was never approached to have a sidebar, but I'm very open to having that
Okay.
conversation.
okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
What happens if this does not pass?
So this is for next school year. So if you don't pass it, we would likely bring it back to you to say that we need this opportunity, we need all the support and resources that we need for our kids. So if you, I think I heard an echo out there. If you, so that's what we would do. If you say no, then they don't get the contract and.
Sure,
Yeah,
thanks.
right.
Patrick's going to tell us.
You have a superintendent recommendation in front of you right now. And there have been people tonight that say they support the superintendent. And I would be happy to talk to the negotiations committee about this outside the presence of certain people. Okay.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, I'm a little hesitant to not pass this because we keep saying that we're supporting our special ed students and you're publicly saying that you're willing to have a sidebar conversation and we support that. And so that'll be in the minutes and we'll check in next month to see how that's going.
Anyone else have any comment to make, or are we ready to vote on resolution 4462R? You're good? Okay. Okay.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Tellisford,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board members, you have your final formal resolution, but you also have two hand carries, just to make sure that you're prepared for them. The final resolution that's on your current agenda is 4462Y as in yellow.
So
Do I have a
we're,
second?
oh,
Yep.
I'll second. Okay, so, and just to clarify, 4462Y is in yellow, just so everybody knows, it's to award the contract for renovations and additions to Columbia High School. So that's up for discussion. Is there anyone who intends to comment? Oh, yeah.
So just to clarify, I mean, so that everyone knows what we're voting on, is I know you just said it, but this is the presentation that was made by the architect and the Epic construction people who came here. This for the Columbia High School projects. The base bid is $32 million and some change, and we chose the alternative 3, which basically means a partial replacement of the roof for about $2.2 million. So this is like the last big bid for CHS before we go somewhere else. Just clarify. We're all in agreement. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's correct. This is linked to the presentation that was within Mr. Burnside's portion. That's correct.
We'll go to vote, please, for 4462Y.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
No.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Motion passes.
One is the rejection and one is the approval, but both of them are affirmatively written, right? Okay. Do we need a moment to review, Madam President?
No.
Okay, all right. Board members, we will do the first hand carry. I present for your consideration 4467. Do I have a second?
Second. We are now open for discussion for resolution number 4467, and the subject matter is a HIB appeal. Do I have any folks who want to comment or question or anything? Nope. All right, we're going to the vote on resolution 4467, which is a HIB appeal. Yep.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Board members, your final resolution, I believe, is 4468. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay, we're now open for discussion for our last hand carry resolution, resolution number 4468, which is another HIB appeal. Do any board members want to make any question, I can't talk more. Okay, I think we can go to vote.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Vad Lamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter, Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
motion passes. I'm sorry, Board Member Eckert.
I was blocking you.
Yes.
Thank you.
That concludes the action portion of your meeting.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So we will now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. The time limit is 3 minutes. Did you sign up? No. Okay, so we have one in person and we have one person, one on audio who is waiting, but we also have, okay, so we'll let Rocio go and then we're gonna pull in Kels Savage.
Okay, so let me explain the home instruction thing, so you know. It's $35 what they pay us an hour, right? And we have a lack of home instructors. Why? Because you have to go to the house, right, of the students for $35 while you get $40 to cover a class. So it doesn't make any sense. So we have been trying to get people to do it, and sometimes the teachers on hand, like if it's my student, let's say, right? And my student needs home instruction, you know, sometimes you're gonna do it, or you say, I might do it because it's my kid. And of course you have to be approved, but you're not doing it even for the money or not. It's like, okay, I'm pretty much getting ripped off because it's my student and I wanna help them. So the only people that are doing it right now is because, or they have the time and they can do it, or they're like, they feel so bad for the kid, right? That they're like, let me do it. So when I go back, and now, you know, we have a problem of home instructors, and if we know we have a problem of home instructors, right? Why haven't central office reached to us? Why do we have to be the ones reaching to them? The problem is from central office. They need home instructors. You have the labor, you have the people, you have the resources. So why don't you go and say, hey, what it will take for you guys to do home instruction? And probably I would have said $50. Now I'm gonna have to say 60 because it's all clear, but $50, it would have been good. Patrice just told me for $50, Patrice Masson, that she would have done it. So you have a person right over here, right away. I probably, if it's one of my kids in AP, I will be like, okay, I'll do it. Even though I don't have the time, I'll figure it out. But it's a slap in the face knowing today that you're paying an organization $60 when you don't want to pay us even, like you pay us $35. So what are you telling us? Oh no, it's fine. We have a problem with home instruction. What we're gonna do is, we're gonna let the district pay more money to people that are worse prepared, that they don't know what they're doing, because you know, we don't care about you, or we don't want to sit down with you. So see, this is my problem. My problem is not negotiating. Of course we'll negotiate, but it shouldn't be me. And I have to say, Dr. Taylor, that from the high school, I know an assistant principal that was emailing central office saying that you guys should pay more for home instructors because it was like the rate was embarrassing. And she even put it in an email. And I think it was because of a special ed student that needed it. And we couldn't get people to do it. Like we got one teacher to do it. And we couldn't get more because of the rate. And that's what I tell you, seeing today, for me, you know, in the agenda, in the attachments, that we're paying 60 to another company. And we don't even offer 50 to our workers when you have the resources. It's crazy, in my opinion. So hopefully we're gonna negotiate, because if not, you know, I'm gonna be sitting here in like a week or two, whenever is the next meeting, and I'm going to say we got ripped off. So I know this is, look how Patrick is laughing. He just played me the other day for 40. You know, you play me, now you're not gonna play me. I know it's 60. So we're gonna have to pay people more, okay? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night, and I'm sorry, but I had to say it.
You too. Have a good evening. So the last public speaks audio, Kels Savage.
I take she, her pronouns. I'm here to advocate for the Gender Sexuality Alliance Clubs, otherwise known as Gay Straight Alliance Clubs at South Orange Middle School. and Maplewood Middle School. I've been working with both clubs over the past year through my current position as a care manager for an LGBTQIA plus youth focused program, Pride Plus, which is part of Family Connections, an organization that provides social services to families, individuals, schools, and other orgs throughout Essex County. This past April, I did reach out to the board and received some assurances that the following would be taken into consideration. I am here to bring it to your attention that currently the GSAs, both also known as Spectrum at SOMS and MMS, are part of the YouthNet program. I want to first acknowledge that having GSAs at both middle schools is wonderful, and it does set a standard for other schools to follow suit, which is exactly how GSAs have grown internationally since 1988. And studies have conducted over the past few decades since their inception that they positively impact school climates, not just for LGBTI plus students, but for entire school population, students and administration. In fact, in a study in 2014, it showed that it reduced suicide ideation by 50% among cishet young men. While initially YouthNet secured a place for GSAs to exist, it does put restrictions on the accessibility of these life-saving clubs. One, they're not available for this full school year, and especially at times when they're most important, especially during the holidays, when it's really extremely hard for LGBTI plus youth, and during Pride Month, which is June, right around the corner. And it could really give an opportunity for LGBTI youth to utilize a time to not just celebrate, but to bring a lot of important messages to Pride Month into their school. And while there are scholarships for students that cannot afford youth, and a barrier is still a barrier. And GSAs need to be accessible as possible. In my 10-year career of working with GSAs throughout the tri-state area, I can't tell you how many times students wanted to just stop by to learn, maybe just support a friend, or simply give it a try and always walk away with some sort of knowledge. And many times I've heard from youth that it's the only time during their entire week that they feel like they can be themselves. We have incredible GSA advisors right now: Celia Graham, Mary Kate Feeney at MMS, and Laura Walsh at SOMS, and as well as Beth Johnson, CHS's amazing GSA advisor. And then they can all attest to how important their GSA has been for them. And as you know, CHS is a year-round club. So I just want you to know that what these GSA advisors do is really important, and the impact is immeasurable. And I hope that there's a way that we can secure a fair stipend that is not dependent on attendance numbers. I think it's just a responsibility to our community to have GSAs accessible. And I believe even the Maplewood Health Department expressed that they have room in their budget, since this is a healthcare need. As we know that disproportionately our LGBTI plus youth have mental and physical health impacts. So
Thank you
while there
so
is a minimum of 10 students to be in attendance for a club to remain secure, just know that CHS at one time only had a few.
Thank you
and
so
now-
much, Kels. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I hope, thank you so much for dialing in. I know you dialed in earlier today and we missed you somehow. So we really appreciate you staying up with us and for coming on to speak with us this evening. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. So, Dr. Taylor.
So just so that the board is aware, a few years ago, one action that we took to try and increase the number of home instructors was we approved every teacher in the district. It used to be you had to approve just a certain amount or a list or sign up and all that. So we did generic resolutions so that if any one student was impacted, we would be able to engage with those teachers. Just wanted to share that backstory with you, because we are supportive of having teachers with kids who they know the best, but they're not always available. So again, we've put that on the record. I think we lost our second caller, but if they would send an email, I can follow up. I had a hard time following what the advocacy was for, mentioning that our Family Connections is providing GSAs, but maybe there's a request to establish. I'm sorry, yeah.
The name looked familiar, so I went into my inbox, and it looks like she had sent an email back in early April. I can re-forward it, because I also couldn't grasp it, and I got, it's all
That's
in the
great.
email. Mhm.
Thank you. I'll be happy to follow up.
So now it's the new business portion of the meeting. Does anyone have new business? Okay, great. We're closing new business. So now, right? We're good? Okay. So with that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Monday, June 5th, 2023 at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maple, New Jersey, in person and utilizing an online video conference platform to honor retirees and celebrate staff accomplishments. Action will not be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maple, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 PM in the district meeting room, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda, and action will be taken. May I have a second? Okay, Board Member Eckert, all in favor? That appears to be unanimous. So, Mr. Burnside, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Friday, May 26th at 1:09 a.m. May I have a second? Great. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Yay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good morning.